Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, October the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. I'm looking for a yes. There we go. Thank you, guys. Have to know I'm talking to somebody. All right, guys. So we are in the beginning stages of earnings season. Now, the market is in for a big negative open, though. Looks like it's right now, if this remained, this would wipe out all the gains from yesterday. Let's take a look at Goldman Sachs, GS, of course, big bank that released this morning. Well, it's up, but it's kind of muted reaction. Really, no change at all. Thank you, guys, in YouTube also. Thank you. Look at Lucid. Holy smokes. I'm just hearing Lucid all-time low. LCID, another all-time low for Lucid. Yikes. Anyway, SPRC is gapping up. SPRC is gapping up. If there's any news. I was trying to find some news on this one. Regains compliance with NASDAQ. Did they do a reverse split or something? Looks like they might have done a reverse split. Had to have done a reverse split in the past with that float, 491,000 in the float. Sound should be working. ASMB, a cheap bio, some kind of a partnership with Gilead. That's ASMB. Big. Wow, that's a big pop here. Stock surges on a deal with GIL. Okay, GIL. That is the ASMB. Geez, I wonder why this happens every now and then with the sound. So if you have no sound, well, of course you can't hear me then. VMW. This is gapping down. Trying to see any news on this one. VMware, okay, falls amid report about China's review of the Broadcom deal. Okay, so that is VMW. 180 down to 160. That's a big drop. NTCT, so it's not technically an earnings play, but they've released some guidance, and obviously not great. November 2nd is officially when they release earnings, but they were guiding poorly. They did that after hours. NTCT. Tupperware, TUP will not die. TUP announces a new CEO. TUP announces a new CEO, and popping up on that news, looks like it's going to test the 200-day moving average again. 232 is the 200-day moving average. What is going on with the sound? Okay, I will try one thing. Okay, guys, let me see if I can do something here. There's a reset of the sound that I can try to do and see if that helps at all. Reset the audio bridge. Let's see if that works. All right, how's that? I know some can hear and some can't. That's the issue. How's that? Those of you who couldn't hear, can you hear me now? Okay, good. Thank you, guys. All right, now glue, GLUE. They got also something to do with Roche, Roche, Roche. So glue, GLUE, a big pop up, 762. It's not a crazy low flow, 30 million in the flow. That's a big, big move. Roche and Pack with Rosa, Monte Rosa to develop cancer and neuro drugs. So they're going to get a $50 million up front. $50 million up front. That's pretty good for this company. 50 million up front. And of course, the possible $2 billion in potential milestones. But the big deal is the getting the 50 million upfront from Roche. AHG, this has been on an unbelievable run. It was a $28 stock or 28-cent stock. Well, I thought that was a daily chart, but even so, a couple of months, 28 cents. So it's almost a 10 bagger now. China stock. NUVL has done a financing. NUVL has done a financing, and the financing is at $56. So it's a little bit below the financing price. Yeah, really, you were talking with GOF. Saw this one all day yesterday, just drifting down, down, down. You see this action it had. Well, this is the pre-market, but this is yesterday. Saw this all day yesterday, just drifting down. Didn't think much of it. One of these funds. I didn't think really that I wanted to get involved in it, but I should have. Yeah, so market is starting to move down now, guys. 45 minutes almost straight down. Yeah, Casa, and I figured, you know what? I know we only had about 50 people in the room at the time, but I would boot them all out, and some people are new, and it's hard enough to find the room as it is. So I don't know why when Chris or whoever's opened it this morning, it didn't. All the previous posts did not disappear. Don't know why. Yeah, market. I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Low unemployment, yay! Market doesn't like it. People are buying more retail, yay! Market doesn't like it. So I mean, we're trying to get inflation on. We're trying to get inflation under control, and so they want to see you stop in spending. Now, because XRT yesterday had a pretty good day. XRT yesterday, the ETF for retail had a pretty good day yesterday, considering it's been on a steady decline. I saw some stocks like Macy's having a pretty good day, and you can see even though the overall market is moving down, XRT is actually kind of flat. Yeah, Casa, if it happens tomorrow, I will do. I will boot everybody out, I guess, but hopefully it doesn't happen tomorrow. All right, guys. So let's take a look at what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. All right, pretty big upgrade list. Let me take a look and see if there's anything interesting. What I'm looking for is some upgrade to a price with a price target that looks kind of outlandish compared to the current price. Or I want to see maybe some company which has been multiple, like many firms upgrading it. Okay, take a look at ARRY as an example. ARRY, and let's see if it's close to the upgrade price. Not really. Okay, so, but again, look at the market. I mean, these upgrades are not going to work too well if the market does this today. But anyway, ARRY has been upgraded by Morgan Stanley, $23. We're at 19 now. Okay, almost to the end. Let's take a look at Ollie, OLLI, OLLI. So this is an upgrade by Goldman to $83. So the stock's sitting at 73. So an upgrade, $83 by Goldman. And again, we're not saying it's going to get there ever. Every now and then, but on a day like today when the market is not looking good to start anyway, probably wouldn't think that these upgrades would take effect. All right, those are the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Well, we have a full list of downgrades also. So let me see if I can find anything that might. Wow, that's SPWR downgraded by about four different firms now. SPWR, that's SunPower, kicking a company when it's down. Man, I see your DXC has been downgraded. His band has been downgraded. ACDC has been downgraded. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Take a look at. See, I'm trying to see if there's anything that's looking really crazy. Yeah, so SPWR, it has been just in a steady decline, not quite an all-time low. You look at TAN, the ETF for that sector, is it probably the, if not the worst, one of the worst performing stocks in the sector. But look at TAN. This is since about 84 down to $48 a few months ago. First Solar, FSLR, the king of the sector is. It's bad, but it's nowhere near like SPWR. Well, interesting, guys. Even though the market is in for a pretty big negative open, I've got quite a few stocks that are up more than 10% from yesterday's close. You can see in my my actives up. Look at this versus only a few more than 10% down, which is interesting considering the way the market is looking right now. And there's the WH that Real is talking about right there. WH. Whoops. Yeah, Choice Hotels makes a $7.8 billion Wyndham offer public after merger talks break down. Okay, so that is your news. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sector. So every sector should be negative except maybe retail. So I'm going to, from our toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Docked Channel Bar. Clicking down to Show More or scrolling down to Show More and then finding the sector status. No, even retail. So even though retail is nudged a little bit higher, it's still low. So anyway, um, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 90% in red, that means that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So when you do a quick look at all the major sectors, nothing is even at 50%. I thought maybe retail might be, but not. Interesting. BBWI, just know what the volume is. There's no volume. Just looking at the ones that are up in retail, I don't know why this says there doesn't seem to be any volume for BBWI. Now, after yesterday's little run, I want to take a look at some of the sectors that were close to the 200-day moving average, like financials. Let's take a look at financials. So the majority of sectors are below the 200-day moving average, okay? So there's the 200-day moving average. If you look at if you can see my daily chart, you see that blue line, that is the 200-day moving average. And you can see that, XLF just sneaking its way. But with this market today, that might be in jeopardy. Take a look at industrials. I'm trying to remember the ones that were just flirting with that 200-day moving average. XLI. Yeah, so you can see XLI, it just closed right on top of the 200-day moving average. XLI, industrials, materials, XLB. Get out of there. Yeah, so I mean, it doesn't look good. So I mean, we still got the major sectors. XLE, let's take a look at XLE. Just want to check the energy sector. I know it's still above it, but okay. All right, guys. Well, again, we're in for a rocky open. Now, a couple of people have asked about trade ideas. Somebody said they were not new to trading, but new to trade ideas. The only thing I can suggest is, the program is called Trade Ideas. All right. So, everything you're going to see here, once this market opens, you're going to see some symbols showing up in the momentum scanner and the abnormal option activity scanner. A couple other scanners that I have, they're just ideas. Okay. So, All depends on your style of trading. One of the things I can say is try not to get overwhelmed by having so many different types of alert windows and top list windows, so that you've got all sorts of things coming at you all day long, and you'll really get nothing done. You have to you have to kind of zero in on maybe if you have a trading style and kind of fine tune it, hone it, and don't worry about some of the, you're going to see some stocks that, maybe we're talking about, and you're saying, well, how come that didn't show up in my scanner? And you just kind of have to forget about that. Raven Smith in our YouTube room. Welcome to the room. MNTS. Well, that was up and now it's down. Yeah, what a very choppy intraday trader, MNTS. I think Dollar Tree had an upgrade by Goldman, if you can believe it. Let me see if that's right. Dollar Tree DLTR. Yeah, raises to buy from neutral. So that is Goldman Sachs and Dollar Tree DLTR. All right, let's take a look at that DXC. DXC, Real has been talking about it. It had downgrade, I think. DXC had a downgrade. The reason it's not showing up on any of my scanners, the volume is still a little light. I think my minimum scanner in the pre-market is 10 is or filter for the volume is 20,000, so that's why it's not showing up for me. But could be some decent resistance around 20 or support around 20. Be watching this AMC to see if it takes out 9. A lot of course, excitement about the Taylor Swift concert tour in the theaters that opened on Friday. I guess it did very well, but I mean, it's like anything else. The buying ahead of the news. It happens. Now, Beyonce is supposed to do. They're supposed to do the same thing with Beyonce in I think December, maybe in time for Christmas. But anyway, I want to see if AMC takes out 9. Well, Peter, you're saying, yeah. What about it? Well, it's dropping. So, does the market believe it, as Real is saying? Yeah, that's a big drop from the high here. This a potential buyout, 85 down to 75. There's a $10 drop. So it's going to be all over the place. Just because the company makes a bid for some, just because a company makes a bid and at $90 a share, you might think, well, I'm just going to phone my banker. I'm going to sell my house. I'm going to get everything into cash. I'm going to pour it all into this because it's going to be $90 a share. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way. Things that happen, it may not happen. Remember Man U? Here's Man U doing today? I still have this price alert down here, guys. I mean, looks like yesterday's low. Yeah, yesterday's low almost touched it. 1733. And you can see if it can take that out. I mean, look underneath. Look how much room it's got underneath if this deal keeps falling apart. But, it's emotional. Meanwhile, Lucid, basically an all-time low. Order deliveries marginally rise from second quarter. 1,500 vehicles. Wow. Well, that doesn't look possible. I mean, they produced 1,500 in this last quarter. They'd have to make 4,000 in the next quarter in order to meet their goal. So it doesn't look likely, does it? Okay, NTCT is, it's not an earnings play. Technically, it is not an earnings play, but it may as well be. They have released preliminary guidance. I think NVUL is falling away from the financing price. Yeah, quite a bit now. Financing is at $56, so it is starting to drift down. Look at the room underneath, but it is a financing. $300 million they are raising at $56. Well, come on back tomorrow, Bennett. Maybe you can stay a little bit longer. To heck with your job. This could turn into your job. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching, this market. Boy, we're now almost an hour. We have another 3 minutes or so before the market opens, 2 minutes and 15 seconds to be exact. And we have been in straight decline now for an hour. So as usual, I do not trade. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Is Johnson and Johnson actually an earnings play? I didn't see it. J&J is an earnings play, really? It is. Uh, yeah, it's not showing up because it's not up or down enough for me to see it. Might have been here. One of my filters, my one filter in here is it's got to be up 3% and it's got to be down 3% at least for me to see them. So this is only, it's basically flat. All right, guys. See if anything else is well, the TPST, this it says it got up to $8. I don't see that. I don't see that on my chart that it got up to $8 in the pre-market. Unless I'm missing something. Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't see a big spike to $8 on my chart anyway. And we do start at 4 o'clock. So it says $8 right there. I don't see that for TPST. All right, guys, we are now 20 seconds from the open. So I'm going to get rid of this, get set for the open, and see what happens. ARDX, let's take a look at ARDX from Perfect Circle. All right, guys, we're open for business. I did see the Agri, AGRI. I did see that in the pre-market. Let's see what it's doing right now. All right, guys, so TUP is making a high, a market high, not a pre-market high, making a market high, TUP, Tupperware, TUP. New CEO coming in, new CEO coming in. Boy, NUVL just really falling down from that $56 price target, or not price target, financing price. So a little over $2 away. Boy, I wish it had horrible news because look underneath. Look how much room this has got. I remember this now. I remember this one. And the huge news here. Thought maybe they'd do a financing up in this area. All right, guys. I see that Bitcoin is down, but coin is having a bit of a pop here, guys. Coin is having a pop. I don't think it is a reverse split today. Let me qualify that. SPRC. Regains compliance with Nasdaq minimum bid price, but I don't see that. I don't see that it is a reverse split today. I mean, it's obviously had reverse splits with that. Excuse me, with that float, 500,000 in the float. No shorts available for me. I think they probably did a reverse split before, and now they're just regaining their compliance. Okay, obviously way over $1 now. So I sort of remember this one doing a reverse split before. Anyway, well, Agri guys, AGRI is on the move. Had a pre-market high of about $3.80. Now, you know what? The next high is 575 on the daily chart. If so, box popping up drives me crazy sometimes. Yeah, this has got some news. This has got some room, guys. 573. 355 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. It sort of poked its head above that. If it can maintain that, the next high in the daily chart is 574. Let me see if there are any news. If there is any news. I don't see any news on this one. Not today. I consider shorting anything, but you're asking me about specifically NUVL. Well, I mean, again, it's a financing, so I mean, it may start to drift back down, back towards the financing price. It had some tremendous news a few days ago. I do remember this, and tremendous follow through. So, I mean, there is a following for this one. So the financing is at $56. So yeah, it's still $1.50 below. September 27th. Thank you, Casa. So yeah, so SPRC did their reverse split September 27th. That got them starting to regain their NASDAQ compliance. Okay, so Cenex is a CENX is an aluminum play. So look at this move here. Let's take a look at AA, which always for me is the start of earnings season. October 18th, so after hours tomorrow, Alcoa releases. CENX is already moving ahead of that. Maybe they're thinking AA is going to have a good earnings release. All right. Well, the SPRC certainly is on a daily reversal, guys. A daily reversal. The big down day yesterday. Huge update today. Oh, computer. I hope you don't hear that. Computer sounds like it's going to take off. Seen some weakness in crisp and edit, guys. Crisp and edit. CRSP and edit. Cantor Fitzgerald downgrading them to well, neutral. I thought maybe I'd see a price. MNSO guys, MNSO has a shot maybe 2762. 2762 is the next high looking left for MNSO. Whoa, we have a bit of a these meme stocks. GME, some buying coming into GME. And also a little bit of a pop for AMC. I'm seeing some okay, some news on VFC guys. VFC, look at the volume that has come into VFC. The next high looking left. Yeah, it's got about 50 cents to that next high looking left on the daily chart. All right, look at VFC guys. I'm trying to see. I sort of see some news about it. Um, VFC guys, VFC. I mean, it is rocking here. Now, this is Sava. I was demonstrating how you can take a trade in our simulator, guys. So I took this Sava, I kept it in overnight. Okay, Sava, SAVA. And as usual, I'm going to have to just get rid of this. Just give me a moment. Load it again. Actually, that's my fault. Just give me a moment. VFC guys, what a move. VFC right off the bat. Huge move right off the bat. Not in it. I don't like to take these too early, but look at the Goff reel. I'm sure it's showing up on your one of your breakdowns. GOF. GOF showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown is what I'm talking about. And again, guys, I'm sharing a lot of scans, and I'll get to that later. But these are two scans that I'm sharing: the breakouts, 10-day daily breakout, and the 10-day daily breakdown. And I'm seeing the GOF. All right. For some reason, I've got an alert for OPGN. Oh, I remember this one yesterday. Yes, OPGN. So yesterday, so the high has to take out is 112, guys. The crazy day about 4 days ago. Not about 4 days ago. It was 4 days ago. Got up to almost $4. That's funny, PJ. That is funny. Okay, guys, big move for AMC here. Big move for AMC. Look at the volume that has come in. Big move for AMC. I don't. Are they trolling them? So price target has been raised to $5 from 50 cents by Roth. That is a big move for AMC, guys. Now, let's see if we can challenge getting over 10 again. I just think this is the memers because look at GME. GME is doing virtually the same thing. Remember when cocoa was an all-time high? Remember cocoa, the Vita Cocoa Company? It was an all-time high up here at 33.33. And man, ever since then, it has just been dropping, dropping, dropping. CTLT guys on the way down here. CTLT on the way down. The next low looking left is around 44, so it's not that far away. 44.65. So it's not that far away from the next low. All right, guys. Crazy one from yesterday. AM, 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 AM. Very crazy one from yesterday. So it's through the 200-day moving average. If you weren't around yesterday, this looked like it only got up to 16. It actually got up to about $24 in the pre-market, and then it just basically sold off all day long, but all the way back down to, look at that, it got all the way down to 8. It did have a pop, but what a drop. But it's trying to come back a bit here. AMAM. Still negative for the day. So ASMB with the tie-in with Gilead. Never remember. Hard G, soft G. Somebody told me that a while ago. Just don't see GIL anymore. Used to see it all the time. You just don't see it anymore. It is not showing up in any of my scans anymore. Actually, I'm sorry, this is the wrong one. I should be looking at Guild, GILD. That's why. Okay, Coco, you are coming into maybe some support here. Maybe 25.30 or so, 25.40 or so on the daily chart. Maybe Bank of America, target at 29. Well, it hit it yesterday too. So it was live yesterday, NXE. I don't think it got stopped out. You'd have to look at your email, the where the stop price is. Caesar's Palace. Ooh, got some rooms. CZR has some room, guys. A couple of dollars actually to the next high looking left on the daily chart. Okay, Goff is now coming back down to the alert price of 11.45. What is its where could there be some support for this one? I'll take a look at a monthly chart, GOF. I'm going to take a look at a monthly chart. Looks like the all-time low is here at around 10.38. This is back in 2019, March of 2020. Looks like that could be the all-time low for GOF. So there is still room for it to run if it wants to run down. All right, TPST resumed. Man, yeah, look at it. I mean, you got to be so careful, guys. Look at that bottoming tail all the way down to 6. The high yesterday is 7:30, 7:45. Stick an alert there and see if it takes it out. Boy, look at this, guys. I mean, this 7:45 is very close to TPST. SEER is the new, what did you say, KKR is turned into SEER? Is that CIR? Is that correct? Or they're buying it or the merger? Is tan H halted? I don't see tan H on the halt list, but let's take a look at tan H. It is not halted. It's just not trading very much, but it's not halted. So a little disconnect in the market, guys. The Nas is down quite a bit. Dow is not down that much, and the SPY is down. But there's a little disconnect between the so-called growth stocks versus value stocks. Okay, guys, I'm in the golf. I'm in the golf. GOF. In the golf short. I waited the first 15 minutes. I'm glad I did because it actually popped. There's your alert at 11:45. I'm in just underneath that. I missed it all day yesterday, so let's see if it has another continuation down. PPST, guys. Waiting on to see if it takes out that 745 from yesterday. That's the high of yesterday, 745. Yes. All right, CNXA is having a daily reversal. CNXA is having a daily reversal. Where could it go? The problem is, it looks like there's too much resistance not that far away. 229 is the next high. If it can get through that, then 285. So that is 229 would be great if it could get through that because then the next high for CNXA is 285, which is a lot of room, of course. All right, market putting in now a red bar after that initial green candle. Yeah, Sav is having a pretty good day here, guys. Sav is having a pretty good day and a recovery. Wonder if there's any trying to see if there's any news coming out trying to defend themselves. I'm going to exit this trade though to show you how you can do it. Highlight the trade, flatten it. So that's how you can practice swing trading using our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. So I took this trade yesterday in the simulator, kept it overnight. So that's how you can practice swing trading. Wait, Coco well, so much for that support area. I thought that might help hold it, but it not even close for Coco. All right, GOF making another new low here. You know, it's having a bit of a bounce here, guys, is EH. Now, Goldman put I think a $30 price target on them yesterday. Didn't really had a little pop on the pre-market. but basically sold off all day long, even though the market was very strong. But EH is trying to have a bit of a pop. But again, I think Goldman had a $30 price target put on them yesterday. 16. Okay, guys, there is your TPST at yesterday's high. Briefly. Wow. And I'm talking briefly. Golf reversed on me. All right, NKTX guys, NKTX is showing up on the momentum scan. So let's see what it's doing. Boy, this is a rough one. Not this one, but the other one, TPST. Okay, so let's back this weekly chart out and take a look. Where could it go? It looks like there's all sorts of potential resistance areas for NKXT between here and 2. So I'm going to take a pass on it. Okay, Goff, don't do that to me again. What's the float in this one? I don't have any. Wow, maybe because it's one of these funds. Let me just take a look to see if I can find any information on it. Yeah, so they don't have no float information on this because I guess it's a fund, but I'm gonna have to trade this one out, I think. Okay, okay, TPST right back, but be awfully careful. Again, do not, if you took this one, do not leave your computer because I saw what happened the last time when I got up there to this area of yesterday's high, and then immediately it flashed right down here. So be extremely careful. Yeah, EH is challenging 20 now. Okay, OPGN now. This is at this, I think the high looking left. Okay, guys. Well, strap on, maybe. I mean, look at this. I mean, there's the high up here is 387 or so, OPGN, that crazy day 3 days ago. Probably a low float. Nice OPGN. I mean, it's got some room, obviously. Yeah, EH over 20 now, guys. EH over 20. Again, with the big Goldman upgrade to $30 and maybe a day late. It's interesting the way it was trading yesterday, especially with the market ripping higher. Metsi. This is not an all-time high. Maybe they started trading as Metsi. Oh, here we go. So here's some of the highs over here. 1166, what's that high here? 1171. If it can take out 1171, the next high is 1281. So this has got some room for Ramaco Resources. DXC approaching that 20 now. I know Real's been posting some levels. I mean, it looks like, I mean, to me anyway, looking at this weekly chart, that 20 could be some support. Looking at the daily chart, all sorts of action around the 20 level. Shady's in AMC. Yeah, I mean, if it takes out 11, next high looking left on the daily chart is 1084. Okay, Goff. Now stay down here. GOF. Okay, I don't want to lose sight of this OPGN. Is it sort of resting around that area? OPGN. We have an 8.8 million in the float, so a very low float. All right, this is almost to the point where I'm going to take some profit. Just wanting to see if I can get into the teens there, GOF. Well, I didn't take it right here. Okay. I did not take, oh, here's glue now. I did not take it right there at the 940. It's too early for me. Okay. I've taken some out, guys. I've taken some off here. The Goff from 1143. When I say taking some off, I've covered some of my position. Okay, guys, OPGN. This looks like it's getting ready. OPGN. Again, I'm not telling anybody to buy this, all right? And the only reason, I mean, you just have to look left to see what happened on October 12th. And that's what I think traders are looking at. They're not saying, nobody's saying it's going to get back up here, but obviously it's got room. Okay. Looking, AGL, guys, look at AGL. Very agile. AGL. Next high looking left is 2081. So over $1 away from that next high looking left. Okay, all out of the Goff. All out of the Goff. Well, I guess I should have had more faith in EH on that 20 break. What a break. What a break. Come on, OPGN. Extended now, but the volume's coming in. Okay, guys, cold. Saw this one yesterday, cold, didn't do anything on it. Excuse me, cold, so it's got some room, I think. Yeah, a little bit of room. The next high looking left is 29.29 for cold, and that is showing up on my option scanner, abnormal option activity scanner. Okay, I'm going to explain all this in about 20 minutes. Just guys, I mean, this cold looks interesting. I mean, it's got the room. Had a nice day yesterday. Big continuation day today. Look at the spy. Yes, look at the spy, guys. Big surge coming back. No kidding. Good surge in the markets. No kidding. Look at this. That's wiping out all this bad stuff right here, starting at 8:45. So far, anyway. Cold, guys. Cold, 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 cold. But the market is hot. Wow, look at EH. Man, oh man, oh man. I think they up I think they upped their price target 50 cents. So this was the buy and the target. Maybe it was 30.50 yesterday, but I only recall 30. So there's the Sachs upgrade of EH, but that was yesterday. Okay, one moment, please. Cold, guys, cold, 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 cold. All right, let's take a look at VFC now. VFC, I think, pulled back and now it's right back up. 1013 was the alert, 1792. Now the issue, look at that. The big issue right there, if it can get through 1807, the next high is 1838. Don't know. I mean, it does have some news. There is some news with this VFC. You have to check it. You might be right about TPST bank. TPST is just kind of yeah, I didn't see that bottoming tail though. Boy, I don't know. I don't know. It's just a little too choppy still. Big market pop here, guys. Big market pop. Look at Sava. Sava just continues, guys. Sava continues its recovery. Next time looking left for Sava is 1486. Ooh. Whoa, look at TBST, guys. Shoot. Missed it. Missed my buy. Ah, oh well. Ah, I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. Look at it go now, guys. TPST. It just popped right through that. I had a chance. I had about a second to try to get it where I wanted to around 750, but it just it went right to 780, just like that. So if you were able to get it, guys, just be awfully careful. But shady, TPST was the one you hated. Wondering why we were talking about it so much. I'm just pulling your leg, okay? Don't blow a gasket. Well, that's your opinion. I thought there were setups all over the place on that day. But anyway, I don't want to. All right, guys. Um, again, traders are looking at this high over here of $10. Okay, BRX. Let's take a look at BRX showing up on the momentum scanner and also in the option. Ooh, it's got some room. Got some room. 21. No, it doesn't. Sorry about that, guys. Doesn't really have that much room. When you look left, you see lots of stuff happening right around 2120. Okay. So I can't take this trade. Look at the daily chart. You have 4 days right around the 2120 mark. It's too bad. So I can't take that trade. All right. Well, let's see if the market can continue doing this. Yeah, I have MNTS. I have a thumbnail. It's a real tough one in my opinion. Just because of look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails. So I mean, you take this trade, where are you going to put your stop? I mean, it's very so volatile. Ugh, the TPST is killing me. Oh well. Okay, guys, glue is an all-time low. GLUE all-time low. Look at I mean, look at the pre-market. Look awesome. 759, right down to 4 now. And that is the glue. Yeah, OPGN has been a bit of a test, but as long as it keeps holding over that high, I'm still going to hold on. It's high right there, 113. Okay, if the crazy happens, let's take a look at TPST and look at $10. And if it takes out 10 somehow, which is the high over here, where could it go? I'm going to take a look at the monthly chart. The next high after that is 1250 on the monthly chart. Yeah, that's what somebody was saying. I don't think it was you, Tank, but regarding Schwab and TPST yesterday, the shorts available. Might be a very good thing. Yeah, none at IB. No, we have. I didn't even see this halted. NTBL, guys. NTBL was halted. See what's happening with it. Is this an IPO? Okay, so this was a SPAC, guys, turned into NTBL in the pre-market. You could tell it was a SPAC because it's not an I. Looks like an IPO, but when you see a stock trading in the pre-market, it's almost 100% for sure that it was a SPAC turning into NTBL today, and obviously not doing well. All right, guys. Okay, guys. Now I am looking at this is MKSI. It's the more expensive one, MKSI. So this is still negative, but it's trying to pop here. Come on, cold, do something. Okay, I'm out of the OPGN, guys. I mean, it made a little bit. I was hoping we get into about the 140s, 150s, but it did not. So I'm out of the OPGN. I have to, in fact, what I should do right now is put a price alert around 130, see if it takes it out later on in the day. Oops. Oops. I think uh, darn it. I think I accidentally knocked myself out of the trading room, the main room. I think the screen sharing's gone. So just give me a moment. Okay, guys, sorry about that. That's the only problem having this as a tab, the trading room as a tab. Every now and then I accidentally click on it. So I should be back now. I should be back, right? I should be back. I'm okay now. We're okay now. Okay. Now look at Goff right back down, but it's just a little too erratic for me right now. So I'm completely out of it now. All I have right now, guys, is cold. COLD. All I have right now is cold. So this one's got some room, guys. RCM has some room. Is that you real trying to the problem is here, let me see. No, it's not you. Who's Oh, there you go, Casa. There you go. There. Okay, I see now. NCR NTBL spinoff. Oh, okay, NTBL. That's what you're referring to. Well, shoot, golf came right back down. With that, there's no way I could hold on. I mean, I would have been knocked out. Yeah, NTCT is it's not an earnings play technically, but it may as well be. But it is definitely having a good day or a rebound. Should call it is having a rebound. I mean, it's still down 17%, so I should not say it's having a good day, but it's certainly bouncing off the lows of the day. Yeah, look at ASMB now. It's reversing course here, guys. ASMB reversing course. Still up for the day, 69%, but cool, go. And the next high looking left, 29.29. I will be out before then. Once it gets to 29, I'll be gone. Okay, PRTA, guys, PRTA. Now, a ton of room looking left, obviously. This had a big day yesterday, huge day yesterday, but it's starting to give it up today. PRTA. I took my leave of cold, guys. Basically flat. I don't think it's going to be dynamic enough. Famous last words as it pops, probably, but I'm out of it now. Yeah, look at that MNTS. I mean, that's why you got to be so careful. I mean, it's about as erratic as the TPST. Well, if you can find shorts to for TPST, but obviously be careful. It's got some room. I mean, ACMR, if you look left on the weekly chart, 2087, 2021 right now, some room, but not a, excuse me, a big run here ever since 10 o'clock or 9:45, straight up. Overstock yesterday had a good day. OSTK had a good day yesterday. OSTK continuing. Okay, guys, RCM has room. RCM has some room. I mean, room to 13 anyway. RCM. So I've taken this trade, RCM. This is showing up on my option scanner. Okay, Todd. Well, as you know, that's a pretty tight stop, 885 for that one. So I know you're not going to move away from your computer if you do that. All right, there's your resumption for MNTS. Sorry, I just find this. Look how many topping tails and bottoming tails on a 15-minute chart there are. Very hard to. Wow, look at the market though. Look at this market, big recovery. Yes, I'm long RCM. Yes, hasn't moved yet. Somebody asked, am I long RCM? I don't. So I don't auto trade ever, Matt. So that's a quick answer to your question. I have my scanners. I look for opportunities. I'll never auto trade. Never, never, never. Believe me, if I thought auto trading was the way to go, I would certainly do it. Guys, Manu now at a critical level here. Critical level. You can see what I'm looking at here. Okay, you see this weekly chart. There we go. That's better look. You can see the weekly chart. You can see it's at the low right there. If it takes that out, You look left and look underneath there, 1272. Not saying it's getting there. Oh, cold. You reversed on me. I didn't have my I did. You know what? Sort of broke one of my rules. I was still up a little bit in this one, but I just didn't think it would move. But okay, guys, I'm in a trade that you don't know about. I have to pay attention to it. The spread has got crazy on me. So, so give me a moment. I just have to pay attention to it. Excuse me. Well, EH looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. Is that correct? I'll take a look at EH on this pullback here. I think it's where's the VWAP for EH? 2006. Yeah, so 2006, it's kind of holding the VWAP, EH. All right, guys. Wow, 10:43 already. Another fast morning, just like yesterday. So let me talk a little bit about my homepage and the information you will find on it. Including all the scans that I am sharing. Ooh, I've got to hope that okay catches up to the bid. I wouldn't even tell you what I'm in, even when I'm out of it, unless I lose. Then I'll tell you what I lost on. But I'm not going to tell you if I made it, if I made money on it. Okay, guys, homepage. Well, first of all, before that, there is a promo code I can give you. It's sort of secret too. I wasn't supposed to give it out, but the heck with it. I sort of jumped the gun. Just give me one moment, guys. I just have to put this on my thumbnail chart. This one I'm in. Just have to keep an eye on it. Make sure it doesn't do something crazy. Okay, so there is a promo code you can use. You'll see it's spooky25 to get 25% off. So when you click on my homepage link, you will see another, excuse me, you will see another promo code. Don't use that one. Use spooky25 to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Okay, this will run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, down to introduction to scans, top lists, alert windows, etc. As I'm keeping an eye on this. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is a series of videos I think will be very good for you if you are new to trading. And this is created by Michael Noss. And Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break, 12 and 1 Eastern Time. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is an education section right here. We have a great user guide. There's that getting started again. If you want more in-depth about what an alert window is, or a top list window is, or stock racing, price alerts, which I use all of the time. There's the getting started series again. So I was talking about Michael Noss being in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So I take a break. Yes, I take a break between 12 and 1, Monday to Friday. We have 5 traders, 5 days of the week. Today is Tuesday. It should be Michael Noss. Okay. And if before I take my break, first of all, I'll confirm that. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the room, main room, so you can head over and listen to Michael. And now, if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, to scroll down a bit, the middle section is the scans, or are the scans, okay? This is what I use in the pre-market. These are the gappers in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. There's the halts resumes over here. There's the momentum scan is right here, Momo. This is my option, abnormal option activity scan is here. And you'll hear me reference the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Look how few we get. So that's the way I like it. And also, you'll hear me reference the daily reversals too, right here. But I do have other scans that I am sharing. Okay, I guess the cat's out of the bag. Just give me a moment. Okay, well, okay. I don't ask. All right. Sorry, guys. A little exciting now for me. And that trade that I'm in, the secret trade. Um, so all I ask is this: if you are eventually going to take out a subscription, you can save my homepage link or come into the room and use the promo code that is available. Now, again, Spooky25 is available right now for 25% off. Okay. That's all I ask, because it'll help keep the room free. This is a free room. Love to keep it that way. How do we do it? The more people that take out subscriptions using my promo, I mean, if you're going to take out a subscription, you might as well just use my promo, right? So that helps to keep the room free. No, I'm not in EH. I am not in EH. Probably shouldn't take a genius though. Know what I'm in now. Okay, I've just covered some of that. Anyway, Newville, wow, look at this guy. So NUVL, this is coming right back up to the financing price of 56. Hmm. All right, give me one moment. So all you have so men have making you okay. Well, guys, am I allowed to tell you my trade? Okay, Miri, I'm breaking up. Hopefully, I'm not breaking up anymore. The big table. I'm not sure I understand what you. Oh, you're talking about this? You're talking about this? Okay, so you're talking about this big table. I'm assuming. Okay, well, this is price alerts. This you can load right here. This is from here. Click on new, and then click on price alerts window. If you've never created a price alert, it'll be blank. Okay, these are my price alerts, of course. Okay, these are my price alerts, and it's so simple to do. And the whole idea of price alerts, and you'll see me using them all the time. If let's say I wanted to put a price alert up here for FWRD. So basically, you just take your pointer, and you'll see there'll be a dotted line following you along. And so if you can eyeball it, I'm going to right click at 7824. I usually don't put any notes in, and then I just save it. Okay, and you see what happens. You see what happens. By minimizing the price alerts window, when you do get a price alert, the window will pop up in your screen. Okay. I also put a sound alert on it. I do that because sometimes I wander away from my computer. I've got a wireless headset. So when I hear the unique sound that you can put on each window, I know exactly what this sound is. I can come racing back to see what the price alert was. Okay. And so the whole idea is you don't have to have this up and running. In fact, I think it's a better idea to minimize it because then you'll never miss it because it'll pop up on your screen every time you have an alert. All I do is I sort on the trigger time column so that the last price alert will be right at the top. Just do what I do. So if you want to clear anything, I can highlight everything if I wanted to. Okay. So I've highlighted a few. I'm not going to because they're still working. And I just right click and delete. If I highlight 6 of them, I can or I can go into individual ones, of course, and then just right click and delete, okay? But start a new one. Again, it's just a matter of, again, eyeballing where you wanna put it, or you can just type it in. I mean, I've got it at 1821 for VFC, okay? Now, if I wanted it at another price, 1824, I just type it in, okay? And then save it, and that's it. I mean, it's so simple. Yeah, VFC guys, I mean, this is one that, yeah, there it is on the abnormal activity scan, 1792. Let me get back. I mean, I was sidetracked because of this. My secret short. I think it's not a secret anymore. But so talking about this particular scan here, just as an example. So again, all the filter values are met. Stock makes a new high for the day. We get a real time alert. Now, if you like the scan, but maybe you want a different price range, you just have to left click on that icon, and you'll see all the filter values will show up. And now I can go into the price and maybe change it to 10 if I want. Click on that summary. You see now it's changed to 10 and 100. And you can say, okay. So the bottom line is this: you can either take my scan if that's the style of trading you like. I'm a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the highs or lows of the day. That may not be your style though. But if you like my style, then you can have any one of these scans. But of course, you can adjust it to maybe a different price range or maybe a different minimum volume. Up to you. Wow. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. This time I'll right click on an alert window and click on configure. Instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. So if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. See right at the very top, the two most popular ones are the new high and the new low of the day, but we have a lot of different real-time alerts. Okay. You come down to these icons, and these are the filters we have. Again, I say this every single day, but it's definitely worth repeating. Don't get hung up on how many we have. The reason we have so many different, let's see, I have to get rid of this. The reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. But don't get hung up on how many we have. You can kind of scroll through them and just see maybe there's something interesting that you see. Maybe it's something that you've used before, but you don't have to learn them all. I use, I don't know, 1% of them, maybe. Wow. Yeah, it was PERTA. It was PERTA. It was PRTA. This turned into my best trade of the day by far. But if for a long time though, that spread was like 49.20, 49.60. Okay. And I was in at what was I in at? 49.36 on the short. And so that's why I had to keep watching it. But now, wow. Well, you saw me, guys. I mean, I was pointing this one out. I said this is a reversal. Not on my daily reversal, but a stock that was up yesterday. It would not appear on my daily reversal because it would have to literally have to take out yesterday's low also. But all right, guys. Now, so again, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, in which I'm live on the mic and I share my screen. Now, the main room is open before 8 o'clock, usually, but no later than 8 o'clock. So you can go into the main trading room. We have two. There's a YouTube room and what I call the main room. YouTube is fine. They can hear me and see my screen. The main room has more activity, though, more traders, more interaction among traders. I will put the main link in the main trading room link into YouTube in case you do want to head over there. Want a little more action. And as I say, that room is open no later than 8 o'clock. And you can, I'm not on the mic until 9, but you guys can talk amongst yourself for about an hour, and then I get on the mic at 9 o'clock. Okay. Now I go to 3, but William keeps the main room open. I don't know about today, but he keeps the main room open until 4. Well, look at Goff. Still moving down here, guys. Can I build an indicator that will show me a single candle whose opening and price is high and its closing price is low, like 5 minutes. Trying to answer somebody in our YouTube room. So are you talking about, okay, so I think I understand what you're saying. So if I right click, I'm going to do a search now. I'm going to search on 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to show you what you can bring up. I think I understand what you're saying. In fact, but I want to get just filters. So 5 minute range. So if you want to see a stock that is at the high of the 5 minute range, okay, you can try this, add the filter. And if you put 100, it'll be at the top of the high of the 5 minute range. If you put 0, it'll be at the low, if that's what you mean. So this is a filter, remember, so you will see stocks. If you want to put a stock that it's at the high of its 5 minute range, you could put, well, maybe put 95, so really almost at the high, and 5% here, which would be within 5% of the low. Is that what you mean? Is that what you're trying to accomplish? This is the 5 minute range in percent. Oh, I don't know Rob Smith, so I'm sorry. I don't know who Rob Smith is. I'm sure he's a very famous trader, but I don't know who he is. Sorry. We are not very good at referring, when you're in a candle and then referring back to a candle. Okay, if that's what you're trying to. Yeah, I still don't know the strat. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me see. Now, Michael Noss, who will be in the YouTube room in about less than an hour, he may have something, but let me just take a look at the Market Explorer window, okay? He's the one who's created all these. And if I right click and the strat. So do you see anything here? These are the strat ones that he created from the strat. If you don't see it here, then it's not here. Well, that makes sense, right? If you don't see it here, then he didn't create it. But if you want to hang around, yeah, I'm just showing these, Jamie, but I don't know if that particular one regarding 5 minutes is here. I have no idea. So if you can recognize, I know these are like it's 2D/1, 3/1, etc. I know this has reference to those of you who follow the strat. So if it's here regarding what you were talking about with the 5 minutes, and great. If it's not, you can ask him. I mean, maybe he'll create it. but he'll be in the room in about 55 minutes, okay? But it doesn't appear that it's there, but you can always ask him about that specific one. Maybe explain it. Maybe he'll create it. All right. Wow, look at Sava. Holy smokes. What a recovery. It is now approaching yesterday's high. 1486 is yesterday's high, and it's approaching it about 50 cents away. All right, guys. Well, I'm all out of my Perta. Okay. All out of it. I can move on. Oh, okay. You know what? I did hear like I'm so unfamiliar with a lot of traders, these traders that you read about on the internet and all. Yeah, but I do recall the guys, Michael and a few other guys within Trade Ideas talking about that. Yeah, pretty sad. Ah, as a good Canadian, I should have been all over this one. EH. Okay, guys. I am now trying to figure out what else I might want to do. Wow, look at that Goff now. I wonder if I should reshort this thing now that it's under 11. Ugh. The ugly looking daily chart for SDA, Suncar technology. Very well, ugly. I mean, it just looks like there's all sorts of pockets of resistance on the way up here. So you hear me if you're new here, you'll hear me refer to looking left all the time. And so that's basically all I do when I get an alert. Virtually every alert, well, every alert that I see here is either at a new low or a new high. Okay, anything in light green or light blue is at a new high. Not seeing too many browns. There we go. This would have been at a new low for the day. Okay, that's how it's color coded. And by the way, I should go over this abnormal option activity scan. So I don't trade options, but as an intraday trader, all I'm looking for, of course, are stocks that are behaving abnormally. So we've got one great filter here, the relative volume filter, which really tells us when a stock is behaving abnormally in terms of volume. So when I look at SDA and you see that relative volume of 3, if you can see my single stock window, that means it's trading 3 times normal up to this time of day, 11:10 Eastern time. And normal meaning, and this is a very loose description, what was the average volume up to this time over the last 10 days? So it's 3 times that, okay? So that helps me obviously find stocks that are trading abnormally. This is sort of further confirmation. So what this is showing me are stocks that are trading having abnormal option activity. So let's just take a VFC as an example. So VFC has traded 30,865 contracts right now. It's going to increase, of course. That represents almost three times normal, 291%. Okay. So that is abnormal option activity. My minimum in here, the filters that I'm using, it must be at least 500 contracts and 150% or one and a half times normal in order for me to see stocks here. Okay. So this just gives me kind of further confirmation when I see something in, momentum and abnormal activity, or in the 10-day daily breakout or down, and it's showing up here. It gives me further confirmation to really pay attention. Okay. So I don't trade options. Again, I don't trade options. I'm trading the stock. PDI, look left, as CASA is instructing me to do. All-time low. Yes. So another one of these funds, this is like GOF, one of these funds, and it's an all-time low. GOF is not an all-time low, but it's close, I think. I think 10 something is the all-time low, but it's another fund. Yeah, so it's not quite an all-time low, but PDI is. Okay, guys, take a look at SPRC. Very active in the pre-market, gave up a lot. I think it's still up a lot. Yeah, it's still up 155%. It got up to what? 887. Now it's having another move here, guys, and some volume coming in. Volume is coming in. Crazy low float, about a half a million in the float, which is extremely low. Israeli stock. It's a pharma though, it's not defense. This Sava, guys, is really getting close now. Really getting close to that high of yesterday. 1486, 30 cents away, 31 cents away. So what could that mean? That could mean, a potential shorting opportunity the closer it gets up here. Again, this is a stock that is, quite frankly, reviled by a lot of people. They don't believe any of their Alzheimer's findings. Okay, guys, I'm just contacting Michael Noss, making sure that he will be in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes as I take my break. Well, VFC was awesome from here, 1792 and now 1842. So this is the don't repeat version of the option activity scanner. Okay, so why I like to have this tells me the first time the alert happened. So and it tells me the time, of course, the price. I can kind of go back, click on and see, well, what happened from there. Sometimes I miss out on an alert. I'm doing other things and miss out. So I can click on it and see, well, has it moved? Has it really moved from the alert price? Now, for instance, Veru just showed up, cheap one. I, there's a part of me that wants to put a $5 minimum. I don't see the huge moves in these smaller ones, but now the other thing is, just because I get an alert, remember the program is called Trade Ideas. Just because I get an idea doesn't mean I hop into the trade. First thing I do is I look left. What do I see when I look left? I see some resistance, so I don't take the trade. Well, I can only probably speak for myself, but the last 2 days have been far from boring. A lot of times Mondays can be a little bit draggy, and it's not because of earnings. We're just having lots of activity. But once we get into earnings, this week we've got about, I think I said 120 companies, and I think next week is about 500 companies releasing earnings. So we will be super active for the next month anyway. All right, AMC over 10. Good one, Shady. I know you're all in this one. Now, can it take out the high here? 1006. And when we're in the middle of this earnings season, you'll probably see me shying away from all these little ones because there's just so much activity with these earnings plays, and they give what I consider more trend-like moves rather than jumping up and down. So that's what of course, that's all we really strive for. Show us something that has a nice trend like this. I mean, that's about an hour, not quite an hour straight up. SGH from yesterday. Ah, look at this one, SGH from yesterday. I forgot to keep watching it. My mistake. So this was a really nice from yesterday, a big recovery. It closed near the high, over 15 now, and the next high is 1740. This had earnings. This is the reason for the big collapse on this day, 2 days ago, and but it has been recovering nicely. You too, coffee. We'll see you tomorrow. Boy, this SGH is really the longer this holds over 15, the more way I'm going to get very interested in this. Okay, just a confirmation. So yeah, Miri, if you can hang around for another 35 minutes or so, Michael will be in our YouTube room. Okay, just uh, got a confirmation that he will be in our YouTube room, and you're going to ask him questions about the strat and that specific one. If you didn't see it there in what I was showing you, then he doesn't have it, but I don't know, maybe he can make it. Wow, guys, I just missed some opportunities here. Look at this. 4158 on the BK. What did I say? I said if you see it in the abnormal option activity and you see it in the momentum scanner, pay attention to it. And I broke my rule. So look at that. 4158 and 4282 now. If you're new to trade ideas, one of the things that can happen is you can get overwhelmed by all the alerts you get. So let me just draw your attention though to this. So I've said this many, many times. If I weren't hosting this room, I would probably delete this alert window, this momentum scan window. Okay. The reason I have it up and running is because there's a lot of interesting things that do come through here, and sometimes we get a bit of a dry spell. So I try to keep the room moving. We do see some interesting things from here. But if you look here on the on these, this is the this looks like it's full. It is full, but that's because when I'm saying this, the abnormal option activity scanner. That's because it's doing the repeating. Okay, the BK, every time BK would make a new high, you'll see it. Now this is actually pretty active today. This is not quite usually this active, but these are all of the alerts that we've had from 9:45 up to 11:19 in the abnormal option activity. Here are the only ones we've had in the 10-day daily breakdown and the 10-day daily breakout. I mean, only five. And in the daily reversal, we only have six here, sorry. So very manageable number. And again, the idea is not, you get an alert, you just take the trade. You have to have some trading experience. You check to see what's happening. Especially for me, looking left and saying, okay, if I take this trade, where could it go before it hits that next high if I want to go long? So, so even though this looks overwhelming, it really isn't. And so really, if you're new to trade ideas, the trick will really be this, is that you'll have to eventually say to yourself, okay, I cannot have every single type of setup. Okay. While it might be nice, they don't want to miss anything. You just have to make some hard decisions because sometimes it's really hard. And I started out the same way as a subscriber in 2010. I probably had, I don't know, 15 alert windows, 10 top lists. I did not want to miss anything. And the problem with not missing anything, you won't miss anything, but you won't get anything done because you'll be clicking like mad all day long and not getting anything done. And again, the reason I like the reason I like this is because I can click on the alert. Here's 11:19. It's 11:26 now. I can click on and say, well, has it moved? Did I miss it maybe at the beginning, but has it moved? And the answer right now is no. 15:16. It's still there. It's still in that area. So, if I thought it was a good trade, I still have time. Now, for those of you who hate the idea of taking a stock at the high of the day, and you'd rather wait for a pullback of some sort, that's fine. You can still use these scanners. For instance, you might look at this SGH and go, well, you know what? I don't mind it, but I'd rather see wait until it maybe pulled back close to the VWAP, 1474. So maybe, put an alert in that area, a price alert in that area. See if it pulls back there, bounces off it, or maybe a moving average that you like. Maybe you like Steve Gomez, he likes the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Maybe you've got a moving average that you like. The whole idea, though, is that you are seeing stocks that are trading abnormally. So you could wait for a pullback if that's your style of trading. Or I have if pullbacks are more your style, let me just show you a couple of things that I've got here. What do I call it? No. There we go. Biggest pullbacks on winners, okay, as an example. So if I load that, we're going to see a lot of stocks here. So what this is looking for, these are stocks that, with the market doing what it's doing. So if I look at this configure, so, I mean, never mind the price range. Obviously, you can adjust the price range, but the stock was down in the last 30 minutes or flat in the last 30 minutes, but the price is still up 3% from the open. So basically what you're looking for, what not every stock is going to look awesome, but you're looking for things like maybe an ACMR. So you see what's happening. It's pulling back, still up big. So it's still a strong stock that is pulling back. That may be something that you like. So if you want this is a top list window. If you want that, you can have it. I can give it to you. And you look at the VWAP here, 1997. I'm just not a It's not that I couldn't be a pullback player, but I just decided that I just don't want to have too many different types of strategies. Sure, Steve, I can give that to you. So file, load from cloud, pull, biggest pullback winners, share it. And you can see I've also got the biggest pullback, pull up losers. So these are stocks that were still down and they've pulled up a bit, just sort of the reverse. So weak stocks that are maybe trying to make a bit of a comeback. Ooh, yeah, that Perta is still, what's the spread like now? I have no idea, guys. When I was watching that, I was going, man, am I going to get nailed on that spread? Okay, so that was the pullback. That was the pullback link. Okay, Jungle Jim. That was the pullback link. So NUVL, I see this is from RAI, a potential short here. Remember, the financing is at 56. So it came back up to the financing price, basically, and it's sort of hanging around there. And that's for the NUVL. Okay, guys, this is a daily reversal, okay? A daily reversal. So again, the way this is color coded, anything in light blue means a stock that was down yesterday and now moving higher today. And if it's in yellow, it means it was up yesterday, but moving down. Now, it has to take out the low of yesterday before we see it. Other filters are in place, of course, but you will not see it until it takes out the low of yesterday. So there is TAL, TAL. And when you look left, the next low is 843. Now, my issue with this is, it's close to the whole number. And I don't like taking stocks that close to the whole number. If I wanted to short this, I'd rather see it underneath 9. But then, of course, we're getting closer to that low. So I don't know what I'm going to do exactly if I take it at all. Look how SGH is just hanging around, guys. Now, I remember this one. That's right. I went long this a couple of times before it finally worked for me. But the spread's pretty good, 15, 13, 15, 17. So it's really, of course, the traction again is at high looking left of 2 days ago, 1743. Lista, are you ready? LSTA, LSTA. Take a look at this one. And guys, I'm just answering an email. Thank you. But okay, just give me a moment, Steve. Don't worry about what I'm doing. You don't have to do this. I'm not talking to you, Steve, just in general. Anyway, I don't think you can get the bid ask on the charts. I don't. Well, I mean, no, the bid ask. I don't think you can get the bid ask on the charts unless there's a. I don't think you can. I mean, you can have the bid ask. You can have the bid ask here in the brokerage plus. See, yeah. So I don't think you can have the bid ask on the charts. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you, Pepe, as always. Look at this market, guys. What a run from down here at 10 o'clock, 11:30, an hour and a half, almost straight up. A wonderful move. Bank of America, BAC. I think this is an earnings play. BAC, yes, it is. Now coming right into maybe some resistance. The next high looking left, 27.72. Well, so far the banks have not disappointed. Okay, there hasn't been any disasters yet. The major banks that have released, Goldman Sachs today, also not a disaster, really doing nothing. But how is the XLF doing? Let's see, XLF getting closer maybe to the 200-day moving average. And the answer is look at that, guys. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow it pops through. That'll be that's significant. Getting that the financial sector above the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, I'm taking some of this SGH. If it gets down to this 15 level, I'm out. The real is screaming at me saying it's at the top of a channel, but yeah, it's either going to move quickly for me or I'm out because I'm taking my break in about 20 minutes. Nope, not okay. It is for me. I'm looking at on mine. It is. Well, I'm glad to hear it isn't on yours. Grin and Barrett, GRIN. What is this one doing? GRIN. Yeah, guys, the next high in this one is a shipping company, I guess. Yeah, shipping. Where are they out of? This Singapore, yeah. Not much volume though, 130,000, that's 6.8 times normal, so there's not much volume. Showed up on my reversal. No, it didn't. I'm sorry. It showed up in the Momo. So NKTX, I did see this one earlier. I sort of discounted it because I thought maybe all this would block it, but no. You see, it doesn't necessarily mean just because I look left and I think something is not going to take out certain highs when I look left doesn't absolutely mean that's going to happen. Look at the volume coming in, guys. NKTX, the volume coming in. This is not a low float. 30. I mean, it's not high, but it's not a low float. 37 million. Guys, I'll be right back. Okay, I will be right back. Give me about 2 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. With this NKTX guys is just now look at this. It's on the now this is what I was talking about. So we bought the trifecta here. It's on the 10-day daily breakout. It's on the in the momentum scan and it's in the option scanner. Okay, so now we're going to keep going too until, yeah, I mean, this has got room 251 on the weekly chart. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Actually, I'm wrong. 221 is the next, but you can see if it can keep going. I mean, look at the volume coming in today. If it can keep going, then look left on that weekly chart, 461. So this should be watched tomorrow also, just in case it, it closes well today and wants to continue to fill in this void on the weekly chart. If there's any news, and announces a partnership to support evaluation of natural killer cell therapy in lupus nephritis. Okay. Well, it is moving, guys. It is moving, 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 moving. And this just sort of started here. This is, well, before I say that, yeah, actually is shortable at Interactive Brokers, 885,000 shares available. I'm saying I want to short it, just of interest though, to know that, you could get some downward pressure if people decide they want to start shorting it. Ugh. Okay. Okay, guys, I got out of my SGH because I'm taking my break pretty soon. I don't like the way it's trading, so I took a little loss on that SGH. I will put an alert. I'll put an alert up here in case it gets back up there later on. Boy, look at these two. It's a race, BK and VFC and BK, a race. Okay, guys, again, the 11th commandment, thou shalt not chase. So I'm resisting the urge. But I will put an alert up here at that weekly high because if it takes that out, it's got a ton of room still. For a bank, this is really moving. I mean, for a bank, I mean, this is really, really moving. I mean, this is a big float, 750 million in the float. This is a big move, moving right with the market. Now, maybe this is going to stall it. 43.68 is the next high looking left. Look, if it takes that out, then the next high is 44.52. Well, hopefully it won't crash, but where is the VWAP? So you can see this is trading 13 times normal in terms of option activity. Oh man, forgot I had this RCM. Just looking over here, I thought I got out of it, but I guess I didn't. RCM, it's not doing too much since I got it, but I'm in at 1234. Boy, I could have sworn I was going to dump it, but with the volume and then NKTX is just huge. Two big 15-minute candles or volume bars. Look at this. This one still, this is going to be the biggest one, of course, because this still has 6 minutes to close. Speaking of which, I better put the YouTube link in. Michael will be there in about 5 minutes or so. Rippage here, excuse me, severe rippage on this. Look at this. I mean, this was a 141. So this news must have hit here. I don't think this was in the pre-market. So, I mean, this was some news in the pre-market, but that had no reference to approves drug. Okay, so let's back off a bit. It approves the drug application, okay? This is not approving the drug itself. Right, William? I mean, it's still good. I mean, you've got to have the application approved. But I think maybe people misunderstand what the headline really means. Somebody said that? Okay. Okay, very quickly, Raj, I can show you that. So if you go to the website, are you on the website? Because just go to the top lists. Excuse me, go to the top list and you see we've got the SPY, S&P 500, SP on the way up, S&P 500 on the way down. So if you go here, okay, Raj, so if you click on that link, it'll bring you to the top list dashboard, and these are top lists. I don't know what's happening with ISPO. Yeah, are you kidding me? This is, oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Okay, you've got to drag, so you just drag it in, okay? So here you go. So here are the top 10. Well, not the top, well, yeah, these are the top 10. This is all VFCs number one. And just scroll across here and, okay? Michael, me boy, let me get my announcement in first, okay? So
Yeah,
guys,
actually,
Michael is
I'm
just showing up.
testing
Give me a
things.
moment.
Okay, I have to clunk out and be back in a second.
Okay. On a break, I'll be back around 1 p.m. Michael said he's got to log in and come back in. Eastern time. Just a minute, please. Okay, Michael, are you back?
Yes, let's see if this works.
Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to mute myself in the main room now. Michael is in the YouTube room right now. Okay, so I'll see you guys back in the main room at about 1 o'clock. So I'm muting myself now. Now you have my devoted attention, Michael.
Wonderful. I'm just testing some
Wonderful.
things here. We've had some things break, so I'm just trying to make sure
Yeah.
everything's working the way it should.
Boy, what a couple of days. I know you're not a day trader, but you've been incredibly active the last 2 days.
Yeah, that low float stuff just never really interests me.
Some of it is not low float though. I mean, look at the Bank of America. Look at BK today. Look at the Bank of America today. Look at BK, you know,
The
3/4 of a
BK
billion in the
Bank of New
float.
York.
Yeah. I mean, look at that move, Michael, from 40 to 44. with 776 million in the float. And it's an earnings play. I mean, we're starting to get into all these. A lot of the banks, of course, this week are releasing earnings. Bank of America, another one, BAC. I mean, great moves.
Perfect. Okay. I think that's all working. Wonderful. No, so like just basically Mac OS has insanely strict like restrictions. So every time like something resets, it wants to make sure that you give it permission before you share your screen and blah 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 blah. So it's always a nice
Okay.
pain in the butt.
Now, just somebody by the name of Miri was in earlier and he was asking about the strat. Okay. And I did point the person to the strats that you have created, the strategies you have created.
Yep.
He was talking about something to do with 5-minute candles. So I couldn't see anything there, but I told him to stick around. So hopefully, Miri, you're still there. Now you can ask Michael about that specific strat and see if it's actually there, or hey, if you ask him nicely, maybe he'll create it. Okay.
All right.
Okay, Michael. I'll see you in about an hour.
All right. Sounds good. All right. So I think I got everything set up here. That's good. Yeah. So just in case anybody is new here, what we do is we open the chat to questions while we give Barry some much needed time off. So I will be here for the next hour to answer any questions you have about trading or trade ideas or anything like that. So yeah, you would have to re-ask your question there just because I just showed up. So it's kind of all gone. But everything we have with the strat currently is in the Market Explorer that that Barry talked about there. So if you're looking for something additional, you would have to just ask in support, see if it could get built in right here. I haven't really even had a chance to look at the market today that much. So let's go in. This is quickly becoming my favorite screen in the web version, the sector status screen right here. Kind of gives you a nice look at what's going on in the overall market. I'm definitely leaning more bullish the more. And anyone who's been following me on Twitter for any length of time, I'd just been last like 4 days of tweets was just about this gap window right here. So these gap windows can often act as magnets where it gets really hard to get through because it's kind of price discovery. I was waiting for this gap to fill and to break, and it looks like we might be getting that today with a pretty good engulfing candle. So that's kind of what we want to see from the positive side. No, you can't write candles yourself. I'm sure Barry answered that one. Um, Natural gas pulling back a bit. I was hoping this one's just been the tease of all teases. Every time it looks like it's going to break out here, it just sells back down. It's wild. Oh, well, thank you for the compliments, the presentation. I never got, and I don't understand the logic, I guess, behind Heiken-Ashi candlesticks. They mess with price action, so you're not even seeing the pure price action anymore if you're using them. They're a way to clean up, I guess, data, but for me, I want to see what's actually going on with my trades, right? And they're that they I think they do this like cognitive dissonance thing where um, they look great after the fact, so then people gravitate towards them, and that creates some problems because you know what I mean. They When you look back after the fact and you say, "Oh, yeah, no, this is great," because look, it was this nice clean up trend until they turned red and turned into a downtrend, but it's using past data. So it's no different from really looking at like a moving average. So I personally don't agree. Again, if there was someone on there and they said they have an awesome system and that system uses Heiken-Ashi and they're doing well, more power to them. But to me, I don't. Your 1/4 button doesn't work. So you uploaded your files to support. You sent them into um, you sent them in, right? And if you don't know how to do that, you just right click and help send files to support, and it throws the files over there because I would need more data than that. Um, what are you connected to? In kind of what? Let's bring up something and let's just buy Google and let's buy 100 shares of Google and see if the 1/4 works. If the 1/4 works, then it's just there's something on your end that's kind of um, giving things an issue. So let's go in this account. So we have 100 shares of Google. We have to modify these 'cause I don't have this button in here. Are you sure you don't mean 1/2, or did you actually go through and modify these? So I click 1/2. It works. Yeah, so that worked perfectly. So the partial orders don't. So when you went to, because I'm sure you've already done all this, but when you went to orders and went and looked through those orders, what was the error that it gave you for the problem? Because yeah, we just need more data than didn't work, right? So what's the error that it's giving you on the order? Because that will hopefully help describe what's going on there. Yeah, lots of promotion. And not to toot my own horn, but that's one of the reasons why when I go into those webinar events, the goal I always have is yeah, so I just need that error. Um, so yeah, you just go in, there's a couple ways to get the error. So you go into orders, you find your order that should have been sent. You can also go in and open up a messages tab, and this will have all the messages for everything that happened. So you find your error there and just tell me what it is. Um, but yeah, so I always go in, and my goal is always uh, very simple. Um, give a bit of education and then give a bit of sales kind of after that fact. There it goes. For a second there. I probably actually sound way better now. But yeah, so and there's no there's no secret sauce, right? Nobody has a secret sauce. But everyone does have trading styles. So if I'm giving the most charitable view to everybody who was there presenting, it would basically just be like everyone has their own style and they're all very excited about their style. Um, so they want to show you, like I talked about relative strength this time, but next time I could talk very easily about some of the other scans that we have at Trade Ideas, and be perfectly good and confident in doing that. Um, right. So it's just one of those that it's, and this is the message that I try to really impart to new traders. I try. I don't know if I do the best job. Is that literally, I believe any trading style works. Um, the strat or ICT or moving averages or anchored VWAP or relative strength or whatever. I really believe all of these trading styles work. The question is not, in my opinion, is not so much that um, it is more what style works for you, right? And then having uh the proper expectations, right? The things that don't work in trading, I think, have a very narrow, uh, like, very narrow scope. There's only a few things that don't work. So, the only things that don't work, to bump your question, you'll just have to retype the question. I don't see a question for you. And again, I joined late, so my chat doesn't start when everyone else does, kind of thing. The Right, the things that don't work is, right, trading off some sorta ideology or, having no risk management or being incredibly inconsistent and jumping from idea to strategy to strategy to scan to scan. Those are pretty much the only things that don't work. Uh, Asset prices trend, we know that, so it's about getting involved in an asset price trend, and that's pretty much the end of it. The important thing and what we try to do at Trade Ideas is give people options to find what works for them, right? So for Barry, he's trading a lot of this low float kind of whippers, right? This MNTS or is it MTNS? I saw them chat about, and even things like Bank of America and stuff today, or what was it, Bank of New York, like earnings plays, things that are moving and active on short time frames, and it's because that works for him mentally. Um, Let me show you, how to get all of the options to make sure. So the 4-hour time frame and the hourly time frame, I would argue, are both not great for indicators. Reason the 4-hour time frame and the hourly time frame don't, either of those divide good into 6.5 hours, which is what the market's open. Um, but yeah, so all these people have their own trading strategies, and they may work for them, but I think the most common thing that you have to do is you have to find something that works for you. Like, I wouldn't be able to trade the way Barry trades, I don't trade the way that Steve trades, I don't trade, and not saying that my way is right and their way is wrong or anything like that, just saying it's different, right? So yeah, so if you open up a new and let's do an alert window, and then you just go here and you type in MACD, and these will be the time frames we have for MACD. So if they exist here, then we have them. So here's 60-minute crossovers, and which is what you're after. Again, I would much prefer 30 minutes, but again, whatever you want, it's up to you. You can just see them all right here. So just use the search box, and then whatever we have here is kind of what you do. But yeah, this is I don't know, this is a Brian Shannonism, I guess. He kind of hammered this in my head. Is that try to make sure your time frame applies evenly across the day. Uh, Basically, just meaning that a 65-minute time frame doesn't or a 60-minute time frame doesn't divide equally off 3.5 hours. So it's why you'll see me often when I'm trading, I go from daily charts and I go into 30-minute charts. The reason I just use 30 minutes instead of 60 is really you're applying, either way more or way less data to that first candle. And then 4 hours, it's like you're having a candle and 3 quarters. Um, but, so if you're trading Forex, an hourly and a 4-hour make a lot of sense, and I use the hourly chart for Forex and things like that, but for, stocks, again, my opinion, try to make something that divides evenly into the 6.5 hours the market's open every day. Do I consider seasonality patterns at all? Um, yes and no. Again, it comes down to the everything works as long as you have proper risk management and you understand that, right? Because even if something happens 80 to 90% of the time, um, that means it's wrong that other percent, right? So if it's right 90% of the time, it's wrong 10% of the time. The question is, how right is it when it's right, and how wrong is it when it's wrong? I will say things like seasonality, to me, if they were that profitable, they would be automated, and then as soon as they're automated en masse, they're usually automated away. So that makes them a little bit less interesting to me, but you'll hear me talk about them, if the work I do with Trader TV and some of these other things, and the reason for that is just more about, um, the fact that, uh I believe that they can be part of an analysis, right? So, seasonally speaking, before a US election cycle, we generally have, I wonder if I can actually find this. I had this, picture here somewhere. Uh, yeah, here it is. So I was talking about this on Trader TV Monday. So the blue line is a pre-election cycle the average pre-election cycle from 1950 to 2019. So pre-election year being right the year before U.S. presidents get elected. Again, I'm Canadian, so let's leave politics out of this. I don't really care. You generally get an up move all year, and then you generally get a sideways move until roughly December, and then you get an up move. So would I just say, okay, well, I'm going to buy at the beginning of the year and I'm going to sell through these months and then I'm going to buy again? No, but if or some other things are starting to confirm a bit of randomness, like if the market kind of confirms what it is that I'm seeing, um, if the market's kind of confirming that it could be choppy, which I think it could be, right? We've got some resistance here overhead and some support below, and we're kind of right in the middle of that range. Then if price action is confirming something, then I'll kind of take that into account, right? And that's how I think everybody should trade anything, regardless of what it is. Again, there is no perfect system. For the rest of your trading life, you'll be right between 50 and 60% of the time, and that's about it. Um, But it's, it's the same as say you trade off news. Say you're a fundamental guy, which I'm definitely not, and you go, "Well, I think AI is gonna change the world and whatever." And I think Nvidia is going to be the beneficiary of that. So that's a great thesis. But if Nvidia was just tanking, then it wouldn't make any sense to hold, right? So you take that thesis of AI looks great, blah, 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 and then you combine that with technical analysis and say, okay, well, I want to find things. And again, the beauty of something you can do with trade ideas is you could scan for those type of plays. If you're using something like TI strength and it looks like things are doing well, then you could say, okay, well, I'm going to look at them. And when I see AI type stocks, I'm going to buy them because that has my fundamental thesis. So for me, I do a lot of stuff where I combine quantitative analysis with that kind of thing, right? So they're singular alert when two requirements are met. Not alert, but the filters do that. So, for example, if you had, you were talking about your MACD alert, if you had a MACD alert, and then you combined that with, say, I don't know, an RSI filter, then the MACD alert would fire when the RSI filter is met. So that makes sense. I'll illustrate a little bit more, right? So if we just start a new one and then we're going to go and search MACD, and I don't know, let's use a 10-minute crossing above the signal line. So this is on now, so it'll show me every symbol where a MACD is crossing above the signal line. So I only wanted to see those if I don't know, randomly, the RSI on the 15-minute chart is less than 30. Right? Now, what will happen is it will alert me on the MACD signal line cross, but only when the RSI filters. So, if you do any kind of computer programming or Excel at all, just think of alerts are or, and then the filters are and. So all the filtering sets need to be explained before the that alert set works. So I hope that makes sense. I get confused how you can hold some of your opinions on if something works well, it stops working, but you are a trend trader. Well, trend is one of those things that does seem to persist over time. And um oh yeah, no worries. Any more questions, let me know. Again, I'm here for an hour. Like Benson was talking about, I did a whole presentation on Wealth 365 about that, about how trend does seem to be one of those things that seems to persist. But defining trend is what I think the trader needs to spend most of their time doing. Um, right? So not everything trends all of the time, right? So yes, stock prices trend, and we know that, and we can academically point to stock prices trend and asset prices trend. We can point to the fact that asset prices do not mean revert. However, volatility mean reverts, and this is all very, very provable. The uh, the part at which is not something that's just going to be consistent forever, and that the user needs to make sure that they're building their own stuff for is at what point do you enter the trend? At what point does your stop loss go? At what point do you take profit in the trend? At what point, again, I can tell you something that is 90% accurate and you can lose money trading. I can tell you something that is 30% accurate and you can make a bunch of money trading. So it's not so much the direction, right? Direction's easy, right? Pick most stocks and zoom out long enough and they'll go up. Eventually, but then they'll eventually turn, but again, it's the nitty-gritty, right? So if we look at something like Zoom, when we go to a weekly chart, or even let's just a monthly chart, obviously a nice trend upward, and then obviously a nice trend downward. So trends, but in what direction and for how long, and when do you enter, and where's your stop loss, and what's the risk reward profile, and all of these things. That is what I always say is the job of the trader, and I just say, you just buy every time it breaks a new 52-week high and put a 5 ATR trailing stop on it and walk away. It probably work over time. Will it do any better than just buying the overall market, right? Which is, if for those who don't know, the SPY or the S&P 500 is not passive investing. It is active investing, but you're just letting someone else do it. So randomly throwing darts at a board and building a portfolio of buying them as they're uptrending. Would that work? Yes, but it's not just we're not just looking for would it work. And if you're swing trading but you're unprofitable, then yeah, you're probably better just buying the S&P 500. And over time, you'll probably make money because the S&P 500 is actively managed relative strength system. So market basically just market phenomena exist, but that doesn't mean that you can just take it and make it a trading setup and make money with that, right? Market phenomena exist, but you need to um, it's the devil's in the details. That's what you got to work that out. Just like I think it'd be totally acceptable and normal if someone just said, "I am going to be an opening range trader." I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He said, "Listen, all I'm going to do is I'm going to look for stocks in play or indices in play or something, and I'm going to mark out the first half hour, 45 minutes opening range. I'm going to trade that. I'm going to focus on that, and that's going to be what I'm going to do." And to be honest, if I was forced to be a day trader, you know, I don't day trade because I'm not great at it. To be honest, I don't really like it. Make I make more money swing trading. I have more time. It suits my personality better. But if I was stuck and no one wanted to hire me and I had to make an income, then I would probably join a prop firm, and I would start doing that, right? So the idea is you have to then pick something like an opening range break, and this is something very easy to program. It's an opening range break, and it's a trading style that's very, very well known. So if I just say, "Hey, you buy the Qs every time it does an opening range break, you're gonna make money." Uh, and over time, you you will, and I'm trying to find it here. There was a study done, here we go, of the Q. Is this it? Yeah, so this is just a study done using NASDAQ futures going back 2012, and they stopped in 2021, of trading opening range breaks. So I think it was the first 5 minute, or no, the first, yeah, I think it might have been the first 1 minute bar, and just trading that and then holding it until the end of the day, basically. And then this is the equity curve. But the question is, are you okay from 2012 to 2015 with nothing happening? And then you hit an equity high in 2017, and then it takes till end of 2019, end of 28 till something happens, and then another what, right? So, um, again, this is another system that it works, but has its own risk reward profile. So that's why if I were to say something like, "I'm going to be an opening range break trader," I think that's totally cool, and that's something that I would just then study and focus on. And what will happen is by putting in the work myself and doing the journaling of when it works and when it doesn't, and how long to hold for, and where to put my stop loss, and where to get out for a profit, and all this stuff, that would be the thing that would create just a simple kind of systematic approach that over time works and refine it into something that I would consider like a viable trading strategy. If that makes sense. Um, Yeah, market phenomenons exist, but a market phenomenon is not a trading plan. You could tell me where the SPY would open tomorrow, and it still wouldn't be a good trading plan. Question about swing, whether to advance the stop loss or leave it in a range risk reward. Again, that's going to be entirely based on that particular strategy. The method I generally use is because I had such a hard time answering that question, whether to trail a stop or whether to leave it. Is I just started to trade in parts, where at one like half of my position is generally speaking, I will take half of my position off. This is actually another chat that I gave on trade where, I made a call out that, "Hey, I like Meta here," one morning I was on there. And so I bought Meta like, through this zone. That was that big reversal day where non-farm payroll came out and the market sold off early in the morning, then rallied. So I bought it through here, and then we rallied for the next couple of days. So when we hit this resistance, I had the same dilemma. Say, well, two times my risk, or three times my risk, which is what I was targeting. I think it was like up here, and then my stop loss is down here. So then what do I do? Do I just hold it and wait or whatever? And just understand you don't have to be all in. What I did is I took half of my trade off on I think this day right here, that closing print right there, and then I moved my stop up to break. But that's how I like to trade because I put some money in my pocket and I still have these meta half of these meta shares. Right now, I certainly would probably put a stop loss up there, but that is all before you place a single trade. You have to um, have all these questions answered, or you're just gambling. Right? It sounds like being adaptable. Being adaptable to some degree is certainly important. I would say that it's not. You shouldn't be too adaptable, right? You have to have a system that you're able to weather the good times and the bad. And I would argue multiple systems. I have 2 to 3 swing trading kind of ideas that I follow, or systems, I guess you could say, that I follow. Again, the most important thing is that it's something that you create, and it makes sense to you, and it works with your time frame, and it works with everything else. The example I try to give, analogy, is that I could tell you the exact perfect way to lose weight. Like, you eat 6 small meals of chicken, broccoli, and brown rice, and you wake up at 5 AM and you do fasted cardio. I could give you this whole thing. It doesn't matter if you're not gonna do it, and if you're not gonna do it over the long run, because even given the perfect weight loss plan, there will be times in which it doesn't work and you gain a little bit of weight. There'll be times where your body has to adapt to new situations, all this kind of stuff. So the easiest way to be adaptable is first you design your own system. And if you design your own system, the odds of that system being automated away by the market decrease, and you understand the benefits and the flaws, right? So here we are looking at PI strength, for example, which is a system I designed that shows stocks that are relatively strong. It's a relative strength system. We've back tested it. It works over the long run in beating the market. This is a perfect example of, I think, what I was talking about before. I think they call it TI swing picks now, which I don't like. But, yeah, so here is the back test right on the website. So 25% year to date. So if you're making less than 25% year to date, definitely take a look at this system. And here is the system versus the overall market. But there's periods of time where this doesn't work. And when the market was just kind of chopping around here, it took a long time to find its footing. When the market was shopping around here, it took a long time to find its footing. And then during the 2020 collapse, it took a hit as well, although not as much as the market, which is great, but it took a hit as well. But you could take something like this and say, okay, well, I'm going to then apply a filter of, instead of just saying, I'm going to take my system and just trade it and not do anything, What will happen, I guarantee you, is that you'll use that system as long as it works. And once it gets that a period of 6 months to a drawdown, you'll jump into another system, and you'll just constantly be chasing these systems. And it's the same thing that people do with, like, portfolio managers, where, they will follow around a portfolio manager, um, and when that portfolio manager doesn't make money, they'll leave him and go to someone else. And then event after they leave him, they'll probably start making money again, right? So it's the same thing with systems. But for me, because I built it and because I've been studying it for a while and I know how to use it, I understand a lot about it. I understand, for example, that in market pullbacks, because it's a long only system, it will maybe outperform the market, but then not make money because it's a long only system. It just can't. So what I've done is I then apply some market knowledge to it. So I want to make sure, for example, there is. I'm going to add this guy in here. Um, right, I want to make sure, for example, that I didn't mean to do that. Let's go this way. That I understand where the overall market is, because if I know that this thing is not gonna do well when the market is doing poorly, then that allows me to adapt this idea of that, right? Because I was able to go with it. So I just added a line here to represent the S&P 500. When this is moving lower, I'm probably not going to um, I'm not gonna be getting involved in this system. Now, what I was doing when the market was pulling back here to 420, I was implementing another system I have that essentially just looks for pullbacks into major anchor VWAP, and I use the anchored VWAP scan for that. Uh, right, and then I know that if the market is rallying and I'm buying things that are pulling back into an anchored VWAP, that's probably not the move because then I'm buying stuff that's pulling back as the market's rallying. So, by adding these systems together, I'm able to make sure that I've got something to do in most market environments, knowing that as a trend trader, there'll be market environments that I do great and there'll be market environments that I do poorly. But that's my job as a trader is to look at the market and say, hey, what do I want to utilize? Same, and you'll I always just use Barry as an example because we trade so differently. He'll do the same thing. You'll probably hear him from time to time say, "Man, there's just nothing coming through on my scanners today or right now that are very interesting." So he won't do anything, and that's his way of knowing my system does not work if there's not emotion and momentum and power behind these things. And that's just how he works. He's like, okay, I know that I need, and for Barry, in order to make money and to make trades, I need systems or I need stocks that are having fresh news catalysts to push them around. The times that those are not happening, he sits out. Now, he could develop another system around that, but for him, because everything's so short time, then they kind of go around, right? At what point is someone ready to design their own system? Instantly. That's the point. That's the point of trading. That is all trading is. There is nothing else to trading than having your own, and by system, I don't mean technically a back tested, with historical win rates and sharp ratios and all this stuff, a system, and when I say system, I mean a a reason for entry, a reason for exit, a reason for stop loss, a reason for all of these things that you can repeat time and time again. Uh, that is trading. That is your job. Your job, and this is part of the problem I think a lot of traders have, where they think their job as a trader is, sitting down and hitting buttons to buy and sell stuff. That is not only the easy part and doesn't really matter too much. That's something that anyone can do and doesn't require edge. You need to always remember that you are competing against every other trader on planet Earth. You gotta go, "Well, what's my edge over those people?" So, that is the job, right? The job is sitting down and the looking at charts and looking at different scenarios and how would you have handled them and trading on the simulator on how things would work and looking back at different charts and doing all these things. That's the job, right? The rest of it's just hitting buttons that I could train a monkey to do. You could easily train a monkey to say buy, and then it hits the button, and then sell, and then it hits the button. You could see those dogs do it with those little buttons on the floor where they're like asking to go play or to eat stuff, and they're just hitting buttons. Like that's the easy part, and that is really why I think most traders fail. Is because most traders are they spend half the time on YouTube looking for a perfect system that doesn't exist, and then they spend the other half of the time hitting a button here or there, and then going, okay, well, I didn't make any money. It's like, well, you don't have a consistent system that you can apply. So I would say if you're trading money without a system, it is only a matter of time until you lose money. And quite frankly, you deserve it, right? You're not treating it like a business. So before you apply, I guess the quick answer to your question is before you put a dollar in the market in real money, that's when you design a system. Um, and that's why we built the simulator, right? So you can test things in practice. Uh, you can uh, uh, we're playing. Oh, here's my 50 shares of Google. Oh, I'm up $16 for testing that thing. I still haven't seen the error that you were talking about, but right, this is why we built this whole thing. So you get 100 grand of fake money that you can leverage 4 to 1, and then you can test things. Right? Again, this is the job. The rest of it is just faithfully following your system, recording the output of or what happened in the system, and then making sure you're continuously tweaking and adjusting and all of that stuff. Right. The rest of it's easy. You know, the rest is just hitting buttons. And I rant, but if you're a new trader, you'll if you make it, you'll come back eventually and say, "Yeah, I know exactly. I know now. I know exactly what Michael is talking about." Because when you stop um, chasing the dragon for this is the thing, the moving averages that cross. Oh, that's the thing that the rest of the world didn't figure out that I did. Um, as soon as you kind of stop that and uh, and realize that it doesn't much matter what system you pick. Again, the strat, ICT, indicators, breakouts, whatever it is, whatever makes the most sense to you, they all, with the right risk management, will probably work in the long run. But it's more about finding and building your own thing so that you can adjust it. Things will make much more sense. Like TI strength, again, there's a lot of math behind it. But at the end of the day, it's looking for stuff that's going up and participating in stuff that's going up until it stops going up. And then the anchored VWAP pullback that I use for when the market is pulling back is simply looking for stuff that's pulling back and choosing an anchored VWAP level as a level in which to take a trade off. And so my system basically dissolves into figuring out so markets do this. So my system is basically when do I buy it here as it breaks out versus when do I try to buy it here when it's pulling back? And for me, I just let the market decide that. If the market is breaking out, then I'm going to find things, or the market to me looks like it's going to break out, then I'm looking to buy things as they're breaking out. If the market is pulling back and I think that it's probably at an area of support, I'm looking for pullbacks like this. So like this one is interesting to me. This Ryan, it's an insurance broker, so it's probably pretty boring. But my simple plan would be, okay, we zoom into the 30-minute chart here. We know that there's an anchored VWAP around here. We've got some pretty decent resistance around this kind of 47.75 area. So if we can break that, I'd get involved. I'd probably be wrong under 47. I'd try to see if I could make 2 times that risk and rinse and repeat, right? And then lastly, it's just about not overcomplicating it, right? There's nothing that you will ever do that will that you'll discover that will make you like, the next Warren Buffett or Jim Simons or any of these things, right? Unless you hire a whole team of quants and you're using advanced machine learning and craziness like this. And even then, right, the best traders in the world have like 50% win rates. Your mission isn't to figure it out. Your mission is just to find um something that makes sense to you, knowing that half the time you'll be wrong. So don't stress it too much. Don't overthink it. Sometimes I join these Twitter spaces and it's like 10 people ranting about, what they think the next CPI print will be to see if they can get some edge on the market. And for me, it's just like that's a bit of a waste. Just find a trend, get involved in it. It's there's diminishing marginal utility in trading. So let's do some fun with math. So diminishing marginal utility just basically means the more you put into something, the less you get out of something. The easiest way to talk about diminishing marginal utility is that if you have a kitchen and you're making burgers and you put one chef in it, maybe that one chef makes a burger every 10 minutes. You put two chefs in it, maybe they make two burgers every 10 minutes. That's great. Then you put three chefs in it, and maybe it's not doubling efficiency, maybe it's a little bit less than that because they're pushing over each other. Then you put four chefs in it and all of a sudden they're banging into each other and actually makes it worse, right? So same thing with trading. I would say, oh, that's ugly. Let's do that better. Let's delete this. So let's do a simple graph, and this line here, profits, right? The harder you push on a system is, oh no, that's not profits. Let's get rid of that. It's not profits. Hold on. This example will make sense. I should just open up Paint. This is profits, and this is time. So the more time, a lot of people would think, okay, the more time I spend on a strategy, the more money I'd make. Where really it kind of looks somewhat like this, where it just flattens out. So you can apply more and more time to find a better and better strategy, but you'll barely make any more money than if you just said, "Hey, I'm going to grab any kind of trend following strategy and just learn that really closely." Right? Again, a lot of, and the part of the problem is because this is the way most of the real world works. The more work you put into something, the better you get at it. But in reality, again, it's something more like this, where you need to get over that initial hump of I'm not going to average into losing trades, right? I'm not going to buy something because it's got a great PE ratio, even though the stock is tanking and stupid stuff like that. I'm going to develop a system that has some sort of pullback, right? This SMCI actually looks good if it can close up here. My stop goes down here. Maybe I'll target that, and that's probably a 3 or a 4 to 1 risk reward, uh, something simple like this. But then if I then go and spend, that's actually a really good example, and we'll do some help. We'll do some customer or watcher participation, right? So here's a basic trading strategy. Anchored VWAP from this low right here, pretty significant low on SMCI. We've come down to it. Now we've got 1, 2, 3 days in a row that we've rejected that low, and we started to push higher. Say I buy this, and my stop goes down here, and I think it could possibly get somewhere near new highs, but maybe I'll target 2 times my risk, which is right there. Right? Now, I'm gonna ask for some chat participation. Seem like a pretty reasonable trading strategy? Seems like a pretty reasonable trade that I can put on. Like, at least doesn't seem stupid. Like, you wouldn't look at that and say, "Well, that's the worst decision Michael's ever made." Because even if I'm right 40%, even if this has a 40% probability to get to my profit target here, if I run that trade 100 times, I'll make money. Now the question is, should I then start going on message boards and reading what they have to say about SMCI, and then reading the last 10K of SMCI and doing all of these? And the answer is no. So the amount of time it took me to come up with this trading strategy was just looking at this chart for a few minutes and knowing what my trading strategy on anchored VWAP pullbacks is. The more time I allocate to this trade doesn't mean that I'm going to make any more money on this trade. Doesn't mean I increase my probability of being correct. And at the end of the day, that's all we're playing. Just playing the probabilities. Do I use anchored VWAP for trailing stops? Not personally. They just move a little slow for me. I get the idea, and I'm not saying that's a bad idea at all, right? Because if you believe that a anchored VWAP is an area in which support and resistance can happen, which I do. As I've just seen it happen too much from major turning points, then there's nothing wrong from doing it. Just make sure you don't do it randomly. But the issue is, let's use this example just because we have it up. Tomorrow, this anchored VWAP might be right here, and it might take like 2, 3 weeks to even get up to my entry point. And then it may take 2, 3 weeks longer to make any. So for me, it's not enough. So for me, what I would probably do with this trade is if I was long here, if we started to struggle up here, which is probably 1 to 1, 1 times my risk, I may look to take part of my position off to reduce my risk, and then I may hold the rest until this happens or until a change of trend occurs. And that's just, again, for me, it's my time frame. But again, no reason not to. Like, I'm in a trade now, FNKO, Funko, and the reason for this trade was, again, very simply, the SPY was pulling back. I'm looking to buy anchored VWAPs for major turning points. One of my favorite things to do. So when this occurred, you can see my little green line here is the price alert that I had to tell me. So on this day right here, I bought some as it bounced off that anchored VWAP. And now we're up here. So if I start to see us struggling to kind of clear this $8, then I'll cut half off. Now you can see how long it took the anchored VWAP to move like from here to here, which is not really much at all. So for that reason, I'm not really in this trailing stop because it uses both price and volume. So, if we could make a big move on Funko, but if we do it on low volume, the APWAP may not move very much. Yeah, there'd be nothing wrong with saying, okay, I'm going to anchor it now from say this low, which is a pretty significant low, and then now I'm going to use this as a trailing stop. There's nothing wrong with it. Uh, for me, it's just more of what's the trend, right? But yeah, so for me on this Funko, I'm just going to watch it. If we close above this guy right here, we close above that, then I'm going to stay with the trade. If we kind of close right here and we're struggling with that, I'll take half it off. And it means that if it comes back to get my stop loss, it's about 1 times my risk right here. Then uh, at least I remove my risk from the trade, barring some insane gap. one way or the other. I have to be out unless I'm up big. I have to be out by November 2nd anyway. I have a rule that unless I have a whole bunch of breathing room on a name, I have to be out part of that name. Weird. I don't know what that button is. Whatever. Yeah, and I get the anchored view app pullbacks for this, so that you need standard for this and product. This is something we built in conjunction with Ryan Shannon from Alpha Trends and his anchored view app playing. And that's just what it's looking for is pullbacks into major anchored view app levels. It's interesting that we see SRTY, which is an inverse ETF. We see this in inverse ETF, and that's an inverse ETF, and that's an inverse ETF. So it just tells me that the IWM must be bouncing into an anchored view app, an important one. So probably like right here, we're probably getting near. Yeah, we're getting near that area. But really like this trading style. It's very, very simple. It gives you a very tight risk reward trade, which for me is all that matters. Right in the long run, if I'm managing my risk reward correctly, I'll end up doing fine. Like this Rockwell automation, rising 200-day moving average. This 180. This would be too liquid for me, but pulled back into an anchored VWAP from a very significant low. Seems like it's holding and pushing higher. The idea is if when you believe that it's pulling off that anchor view up enough, you give her a buy, you put your stop around the recent swing low, target a recent swing high for 1-to-1, and then maybe do a long-term target like that.
But Michael,
What up?
oh, you know what? I don't know if your mic is kind of cutting in and out.
I don't know. Is it? No one else complained.
For me, it was. Well, it wasn't as crisp as I'm used to.
Listen to ask.
But
Let
anyway,
me see.
Michael, you could have made all the money you need in the entire world in NKTX instead of messing around with all the stuff that you do.
Oh yeah, I just need to know that in advance.
All you had to do. But it has been unbelievable, and it has shown, and it's had some great setups. And the last setup was taking out the 200-day moving average and looking left and looking at all the room. And yes, it did have some news. And yeah, I mean, the news is it's headline catching. That's what the news is. Tomorrow it could collapse all the way back down to zero. But today it is having its day.
That must be wrong. NKTX, maybe?
NKTX, yes.
Oh, yeah. No, thanks. Yeah, I would just need to know that that's
Oh, no, thanks.
yeah, no thanks.
The tale of two trading styles, yes. All right,
Well,
Michael,
that's the whole rant of, right? Know thyself.
yeah,
I know
yep. Know
100%.
thyself, exactly. A
If
little
I start to
Socrates
get
action.
involved in this thing, it's going to end up badly for me. Right? 'Cause I'm gonna look at this and I'm gonna say, "No goddamn way this thing should be up that much." I'm gonna go short
Arguably though, I
and,
mean, but you could take a look at NKTX just underneath two. You see how it was basing, for about almost over an hour, and then it had the pop over two. I mean, that's not a bad pattern. I don't care what stock you're looking at. And now it happened to just keep going from two to four, but that's not a bad looking pattern
nope,
you're not chasing, you're not chasing at all. As long as you get in around that time and then you can hold on.
you
But
would
anyway,
just need the patience and the wherewithal to be able to stare at this thing for 1 hour, uh, nonstop, right? That's the problem. So, no, I
well, there
wouldn't
were
say
no
this.
big pullbacks though. In this particular case, there were no giant pullbacks. That would say, man, like giant red candles that say how they
Yeah,
could
you would just
possibly
need to
hold
stare
on.
at it for your entry, and that's I just
Oh
know
yeah,
I don't have the patience to
no, I know, I know.
watch.
I'm just
You gotta watch
teasing you, kidding
5
you.
of these, right? So
How did you answer Miri?
Um,
regarding the strat? Is there anything that
just what we got is what we got. They didn't
okay,
really answer me more about what they wanted to program their own stuff. I said no, we can't do that. But
right.
you have to send an email to support a little bit more. Um, we were working to build some more stuff in with the strat. Rest in peace, Rob Smith, the
Yeah.
creator.
Yeah.
So I may be talking with some people soon from the strat community. I know it went into uh, a little bit of the whole community, a little bit of haywire there. Um,
Hmm.
once the king falls, I guess there's a lot of lords that are trying to do some stuff. So I'm waiting for that to chill out, and I want to find somebody who wants to work with us in the strat community, and then we can get back to working on building stuff. 'Cause I like the idea behind it. It's not magic, right? A lot of people paint it as magic, but it's a very simple, basically inside bars and outside bars in a direction of a trend. That's it.
Hmm.
Right? Everything else is just kind of word salad on top of it. But um, it does a lot of things right where it keeps people involved in the trend. It makes people systematic where there's certain setups that you're allowed to trade. It very much promotes risk management. Generally speaking, you're only risking one bar, right? So like this SMCI could be a strat play where this would be a 2-1-3 or whatever. So this outside bar, basically, if you were to get involved here, they would basically say if it breaks the low of today's bar, you got to go.
Oh,
It
I see.
has
Okay.
um, so again, I like a lot of the core tenets behind it. Just waiting for everything to kind of die down and see if there's anyone who wants to be our ambassador, I guess, to the strat community.
Right. Okay. Well, Michael, you can take off now. Thanks for filling in,
Yep.
giving me my break. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. I'll talk to you then. Have a good one.
Okay. Hey, guys, I've taken over. Get my music going. Okay, guys, NKTX. Now, I said this to, actually, this happened just before, okay, 11:45. So I was saying this yesterday to Chris. I'm doing a little more trading. First of all, I have some time on my own, of course, between 12 and 1. But for me, this set up a couple of times, the NKTX. I was waiting for a 215, sorry, a 315 break. Sorry, not a 215 break. So yeah, this was during my lunch hour. Waited on a 315 break, got the 315 break. Notice though that the 200-day moving average at 357. So got out in the high 330s, watched it pull back, and then when it took out the 200-day moving average again, right up here, that's where I had my other alert. Took the trade again and out again in case it can't take out four. So I'm doing some trading, and I was talking to Michael about this in our YouTube room. So it allows me to really concentrate on setups without having to, not that I don't mind dealing with you guys, but you know what I mean. I can just sort of have complete time on my own. Trevor, so what's your question? What are you talking about? The anchored VWAP. Well, okay, you can create your own anchored VWAPs on the chart, but yes, if you're talking about this from Market Explorer, this AW, yeah, this anchored VWAP, all these, yeah, you have to, I think I don't know, it's $49 a month, something like that. Whew, all right, guys. And I'm assuming you meant, you had Nutanix in there, real. I'm assuming you meant NKTX. You had me confused. Now, I mean, this still, and again, why focus on it at all? Because when you look left, look at the room it had on the weekly chart. 464. Actually, that red line is telling me that is the next high on the daily chart. So even that is far enough away. 443. That's what I figured. I figured that. So, I mean, listen, I mean, if it takes out 4, I mean, it could keep rocking. I mean, the headline looked good. It's all about a headline. It's not a crazy low float. I mean, it's traded the float now, 37 million in the float. Let me do a quick look just to see whether or not it jives with other websites. Yeah, so another website has it at 48 million. So 37 million, 48 million. I mean, it's not a low float though. It's not one of the crazy, crazy low floats. So that's a big move. 44 million have traded. This could probably, the way it's trading, could easily trade the float double the float. In other words, they have to get it about 74, 75 million today. Could do that. Candle, 11:30 candle. Just looking to see when some of this news. So, we started seeing some. I'm just looking at, yeah, I mean, this news happened in the pre-market, okay? But the FDA approval, but really didn't really react. Look at that. Didn't really react until the market opened a little bit. Beautiful setup though, right there. I mean, really nice setup. About an hour and 15 minutes of consolidation, for a little stock like this. And then boom, and it really, I mean, it had a topping tail there, so you had to deal with that. But other than that one, I mean, it's really been almost straight up for the NKTX. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. I want to get that out of the way. So, what time is it? It is now 13:05, 105. So, I will be back, let's say 1:15 or so. Okay, type. Okay, guys, so I'm putting this up on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. So I did trade, Marty. I did trade it. Maybe you didn't hear me talking about how I did trade NKTX. It was during my lunch hour. What's the difference between the trading room and the YouTube channel? More action in the trading room in terms of interaction among other traders. Okay, so if you're looking for more activity, definitely go into the trading room. I mean, in YouTube, you both can hear me. You both see my screen. There is a slight delay in YouTube, put on by YouTube. I think it's about a 7-second delay, but otherwise, I mean, it's virtually the same. But if you're looking, whoops, oh, shoot. Give me a moment here. I hit a key on something on my keyboard, and that got rid of everything. So just give me a moment here as I try to regain all my. Just give me a moment, guys. And now I got to find the room. Did I get rid of the room accidentally? Oh, there you are. Okay. Jeez. Sorry, guys. It was just hit a key, something on my keyboard, and every single window disappeared on all three of my monitors. So I had to scramble to get it all back. And last is, where are you guys in YouTube? There you are. Okay. Okay. So I'm still interested in the NKTX if it can take out 4 later on. It might get traders still interested. So I'm going to stick an alert up there just in case it happens later on in the day. It may be over now though. It's interesting. It is shortable for me, but I'm glad I didn't attempt at any time. So Krogan, you can always go over into the main room and you'll see what I'm talking about. YouTube is easier to get into. So if all you care about is listening to me, don't even care about seeing the screen, YouTube's probably a better way to go. It's just easy to get into. But you can always head over to the trading room. It requires a couple extra steps to get in. Summit. So this really hasn't moved yet. We had the alert at right here, just over $2. But it's coming right into that 200-day moving average. You can see it. See that downward sloping blue line on my daily chart. So it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. So unless it took that out, and even if it did, which is at 216, You look left on the weekly, to me, there's just, there's 229. Be great if, the next high was way up here around 3, but it isn't. All right, MHUA. Seen this one before. MHUA is showing up on my daily reversal. Let's take a look at what it looks like. If it'll ever load. There we go. So we had a down day yesterday. It's right at yesterday's high. Yeah, but here's my issue as always. Too close to 2, the whole number. And even if it got through 2, the next high is 214 or so, 210, 213. I mean, if that weren't there and it got through 2, I mean, yeah, you have maybe a shot into the 250 level, but I won't take the trade. Oof, this one is just, I remember when this one, I think a lot higher, this Televisa, Grupo Televisa. Wow, all-time low now. Mexico, this is a huge in Mexico and, Latin America, South America, huge. Wow. Okay, guys. I'm looking to see if there's anything. I'm looking some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting. So I was talking about the Sava earlier and almost got up to the high of yesterday. The high of yesterday was 1486, and what did it get to? Got up to 1469, so 17 cents away. All right, NTCT now giving up the whole number, and maybe this wants to go down now. NTCT. This is not an technically it's not an earnings play, but it may as well be. They basically have said, well, here's what we're guiding. We don't release until our full release is not till the second, but sort of forewarning the market that it's not going to be good. So that's the reason why the stock was down, but it rallied a lot. But now maybe it's going to start down. NTCT probably has to take out 2278. But the other thing about NCT and NTCT, I think the VWAP is maybe in play also. Yeah, 2247 is the VWAP. So, will it get close to it and bounce off, or will it go right through it? We don't know. New alert, TGS. Was that on my radar? I don't see it as I'm looking at some of the things that VTYX, I don't see it anywhere. Let's take a look at, I'm sure there's a reason, probably the relative volume. VTYX, my guess is to be the relative volume. Yeah, so the relative volume, yeah, it's just too low. I see what happened though. I mean, you probably took this on this way down. It's just too low. My minimum, I think, is 3 in all my scans. So it's only at 1.5. Mm. Oh, I see. Okay. And again, talk about this all the time. Could I see VTYX if I reduce my relative volume filter so that it would show up? Yes, I could. And would I've liked to have seen it? Of course. But this is just a general statement, of course. But the problem is by reducing my relative volume filter, say to, I don't know, 1.25, so you'd catch it a little bit early, I could see maybe 20 other stocks that didn't do this. And so, you get overwhelmed by too many alerts, missing out the one. So it doesn't bother me anymore. Used to, how come I want to see this. But now that Real has pointed out to me, now we can take a look at it. In a bad couple of weeks for it, of course. This doesn't look good now for the NKTX. It looks like it could be over for the day. Now, it is coming into the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, NKTX, it looks like it's coming into the VWAP, which is 299. So it's, getting close to the VWAP. I'm surprised there were so many shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. There, a lot of them have been taken. There's 720,000 now. Before there were, I think, around 833,000. So there has been a lot of shorting now with NKTX at Interactive Brokers. Market is moving down now after that beautiful, almost unabated from 10 o'clock to 12:15. So 2 hours and 15 minutes straight up. So if you're in anything that is more or less affected by the market and you're still long and it's still working, well, good. But just be aware of what's happening with the market. What time did NKTX show up in my filter? The very first time I saw NKTX, the very first time was on the 10-day daily breakout at $2. Okay. That's the very first time. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's possible it showed up in the momentum scanner a little earlier. I'd have to check. I see it right there at 202. A little earlier at 195. Momentum scanner, 193. But what got my attention, of course, was on the 10-day daily breakout. So I mean, yeah, a little earlier in the momentum scanner at 193, but $2 right there is what caught my attention on the 10-day daily breakout. And you can see right there, right there. I didn't take it here. Okay. I didn't take it here. I was off doing other things, but I did notice it, but I did not take it here. And it doesn't trade, it does trade options. Oh, let's see where what are showing up. Okay, and then the confirmation. This is what I was saying. This is the trifecta. Okay. It showed up on the momentum scanner. It showed up on my option right here. So I call the trifecta. So on a momentum scanner, it showed up on the 10-day daily breakout, and it showed up on the option, abnormal option activity. And all within, I mean, within 20 cents, and so a stock, so the last one was at 217. So a stock that goes to $4, I mean, doesn't matter that even if you waited for the option scanner, if that's what you really want to focus on, could have taken it there. So as I say, if you see, if you're using my scans, of course, if you're not using my scans, it doesn't matter, but if you're using my scans and you see the same stock showing up on two different scans, I would pay attention. Because I mean, look at the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdown. I only have 5 total alerts today. That's it. One of them being the NKTA. And this one obviously was good too at the beginning. The FVC, FFC, VFC, sorry. Do I use I never use average volume. Are you talking about in my scans? I never use average volume. I don't use average volume because being an intraday trader, you would, let's just say for argument's sake, and I'm not saying the person shouldn't, but if you're an intraday trader, I would never use average volume. In other words, what's the average volume of the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, whatever time period you pick. The reason being is that you could, if let's just say for argument's sake, again, you said I only want to see stocks that have traded on average 300,000 shares over the last 5 days on average. That's fine. But we may see a stock that's absolutely exploding today, doing millions and millions of shares that didn't do that 300,000, which is kind of dormant and all of a sudden today it wakes up and for whatever reason does a crazy number of shares. So in which case you would not see that stock. Well, the charts are, this is the actual volume. So I don't know what you mean. This is the volume. So it's not the average volume. This is the volume. Okay, so you used premium TI for 1 month, didn't know how to use it the way you use it. Well, I don't use premium, okay? I mean, I don't trade the AI that much, so you really, you could get away with what I do, you could get away with standard. But, I'm a momentum trader. So, I mean, any tips? Maybe. I mean, if you want to trade the way I do, then just look at these scans. Now, again, just because you get an alert doesn't mean that, I would maybe just even look at these two alerts. Sorry. This is the don't repeat. So these are all of the stocks that came through the abnormal option activity, and these are the ones on the daily breakout and the breakdown. Now you have to have trading experience though, but at least it limits you to this is actually a very active day. It's not usually this active in the abnormal option activity. It's not usually this active, but you might want to just concentrate if you want to trade like momentum, like I do. You might just want to take a look at these two, and they're on my homepage. I wouldn't even look at momentum. I mean, momentum is I only have it here because sometimes, I'm not getting too many alerts from the abnormal action activity, like different ones. And of course, you can see here, I hardly have any. So to keep the flow of the day, trying to moderate a room, these can give us interesting trades. But if I were, I've said this before, if I were not moderating room, I probably wouldn't even look at this because typically, the abnormal, typically you will see stocks in here that are in here anyway. The difference is that some stocks are not optionable. So you will see stocks here that, don't trade options. How many trades am I limited to per day? Are you in the States? This is a question from our YouTube room. As I understand it, unless you have $25,000 in your account, you're limited in theory to 3 trades, unless I'm the wrong person. I'm in Canada, so I've never, I don't have this issue. But if you don't trade margin, now I guess if you're cashing out every day, you might have to wait a couple of days for settlement and then it rolls over. Okay, well, if you have 25K, I don't think there's any limit. There's no limit to the number of trades per day. Now, I would always have more than 25,000 though, because if you're right at 25,000, the minute you go below, say you have a losing trade or something, and now you're below, you then the pattern day trading rule comes into effect. So I would have a little buffer, a little bit over 25. Okay, guys, in NTCT, kind of moving down with the market, NTCT. This was an area I thought maybe there'd be some support, but now, okay, NKTX. Oh, I know. I put an alert down here just to see if it's getting close to the VWAP. So there's the VWAP at 3. Okay, now if you're a VWAP player, watch to see what happens here. Will it hold it? Will it bounce off it? Give me a moment, please. Is that a reversal on geo? Well, I know it certainly has bounced off the absolute lows of the day. It's an absolute reversal. GOF. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a red bar there now. So, but to me, it's just kind of chopping around, not like a, it's like a huge, huge reversal. Sure, I mean, if you guess that here's the bottom at 1094 and get out right at the top, but I mean, obviously, virtually impossible to do. Okay, guys, I am now, let's see, out of everything. So I'm not really too interested unless I see a great setup. Well, I'm always looking for great setups, of course, but let's get this up here. Okay. So again, if you're a VWAP player, I mean, here's the VWAP for NKTX right at 3. So it's at 305. Obviously a big area for it to try to hold. If it doesn't hold it, it crashes right through. This might be a nice short down to here. There's a support area around 190. Not saying it's going to do that, even if it broke down through the VWAP, but and you got to be careful because I mean, there's a lot of traders are probably just itching if they miss it the first time, itching to try to get into it. TCN guys, TCN, where was the first alert? So it hasn't moved that much. The first alert that I saw was at that's right. I did see this one. I didn't like it because I look left and I see this high right there, 726, and then I look left, 735. So for me, it just didn't have enough room. Listen, this could pile right through all of that, I suppose, but so are you able to backtest the percent change gainers for 10 days age or more? So you can only backtest an alert window. Okay. If you're talking about backtesting, like using the backtester, you can only backtest an alert window. So it would depend on how you want to construct, your percent change gainers for 10 days. I mean, so you could do something like this, but I'm not sure that's what you want to do for 10 days. So for instance, if you wanted to see today's top gainers, okay? Maybe take the top 3 and then tomorrow and then tomorrow and then tomorrow for 10 days, and then put those into a symbol list, and then you could backtest it if that makes sense. I don't know if that's exactly what you want to do, but you could do something like that. That's it? Okay. So you'd have a top list then, and then at the end of the day, I would have a top list and I would just have my, you know, do a sort on the biggest gainers if you want from the change from the open or the change from the close, your pick. Maybe pick the top 3 or 4. I mean, it's up to you. Do that 10 days in a row. Then you have and then just do a rolling. Once you start, do on a rolling. Get rid of obviously on the 11th day, get rid of the first day, etc. And you could do something like that. You know how to create a symbol list, then attach it to an alert window, and then you just backtest it. So you can backtest just on symbols that you want. And if you wanted to do it right now, I mean, there was a way in which you could, look back on the last 10 days. You could create a top list and then do and then time frame, use historical date, and then you could put that at 4 o'clock and then change the date to say yesterday, and then do it again and again and again, for 10 times if you really want to do that. And then you can assemble a list like that right now, if that makes sense. Not able to, no, you cannot multi-strategy, sorry, you cannot backtest a multi-strategy window. You can only backtest an alert window. As you see here, when you right click, there was no option to backtest. You have to backtest the individual scans. Okay, guys, for those of you who love the sub $1 stocks, here's one that's moving, RDHL. RDHL on the move here, big volume coming in. Israeli stock, big volume is coming in, but it's under $1. I don't trade them, but pointing it out. Some of you like to trade these, so there it is. So backtesting is a premium service. Okay, we give you 10 in standard just to try it out. It's not going to really tell you too much because you might backtest a strategy, see what it looks like, then you go in the optimization. Every time you optimize it, that counts as another one. Okay, so we give you in standard, we give you 10 tries. Otherwise, you need our premium service if you really want to get into backtesting. My staying, the room will be open, Chad. I think William said he'll actually. I'm not sure what he said. Are you good till 4 o'clock, William? 4:15 possibly. Okay, so he'll stay a little bit later because some of these companies will release right at 4 or just soon after. So the room will be open until maybe 4:15. Okay, I won't be, but you guys can still talk amongst yourselves. I should say never. I can't remember the last time. Never means ever, but I don't trade after hours. I don't look at an earnings play after hours. The only time I trade after hours is if I'm in something and I want to hold it after hours and then I might get out of it at some point, or if it's some stock that I wasn't in, but it was really, really active. Okay, and it closed near the high at the end of the day, and then I watch it after hours and it starts to move. Sometimes I'll take it, but I typically don't trade after hours. And certainly I don't try to trade around earnings. I don't try to figure out if something is, going to move the way I think it should. Well, again, when you say, do I like to do pre-market earnings when the market opens? I don't trade in the pre-market that much. I'm aware, of course, when I'm doing my pre-market work, if you come in at 9 o'clock, you'll hear me, and once we get really heavily into earning season, see, this one just disobeyed me, guys. I mean, it went right through where I thought it would stop, DCN. But, and look, this is an alpha trade. I mean, look at this. Look at the market. Look at what this is doing. But my pre-market work, sure. I mean, I'll know I want to see what the earnings plays are, but it's not that I want to trade them in the pre-market. No, it's just that I want to know what they are, and then see, what sort of room they have. If I want to short or if I want to go long. So but it's not that I want to trade them pre-market. No, I've got too much going on really in the pre-market. It's hard for me to trade in the pre-market. I do every now and then, and it's not limited to earnings, of course, but I don't really trade very much in the pre-market. And again, you ask when the market opens. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, so I don't care, what it is. Even if I thought, oh, this thing, great earnings, great guidance, great everything, and it's ripping, I still won't do it. Look at this NUVL. It's really starting to give it up again, guys. Financing is at $55, so this is really starting to give it up again. I mean, I wish this weren't just a financing, because look at this. I mean, look at the drop here. But of course, this had tremendous news that day. Great 2-day follow through. And now they're doing the financing. So Gunner, I am not a swing trader, so I don't really care about what the market did yesterday. I don't try to figure out what it's going to do tomorrow. I just trade what I see on an intraday basis. So when you ask, do I think about how the market has been trending over the last one day? No. I will say this, it's been, for me anyway, it's been a great 2 days. And when I say great, I mean a lot of action. It's not that I'm, trading all day long. It's just that there's a lot to keep me interested. Some days are, can be pretty darn boring. But yesterday and today, lots of action. I mean, if you were listening to Michael, I mean, Michael and I, yeah, are completely different traders, completely 100% different. I could never do what he does. No, I'll trade it. The thing is that the things we're seeing in the momentum or abnormal option activity, I mean, for a stock to have abnormal activity, usually they're going to be, usually fairly low float. But it's not that I'm zeroing, it's not that I have a filter that says, okay, only trade low float. Okay. It's just that, typically the stock that is going to move, 10, 20, 30%, typically the float has to be fairly low. But it's not that I'm searching for that. Now, even Steve and Andy and Chris to a certain extent. I mean, and I don't know about Michael. I mean, he's got a very different type of his trading style, but they're not having an easy time swing trading. Well, certainly not Andy and Steve. Not easy to find swing trades. So I mean, look at this one, TCN. I mean, it has 256 million in the float, and it's showing up. Yeah, it's a pretty good move, 7 to 738 for 4.8%. So it's not that I'm just looking for low floats. No. Yeah, Steve is mostly cash right now. It's been like that for months, guys. I mean, we get the question all the time. Do you have any good swing trade setups? Well, in this environment, I'm not saying there's nothing, but I only listen to what they say or how they're talking. And, personally, I don't look for swing setups, of course, but I see their conversations in our Slack threads and all, and of course when they come on their when they come on, well, Steve is tomorrow, and sorry, on Thursday, and James Andy is on Friday. They're really swing traders. So look at NKTX, guys. I mean, NKTX. I mean, it's doing a pretty reasonable job at holding the VWAP, isn't it? There's the VWAP, 301. But you could take any one of my scanners and you could turn it in. If you want to only see large cap stocks, you could just, put that sort of a filter in. It's not that in this momentum scanner, it's not that they have to be up a lot. I think it's 2%, right? Yeah, 2%. Okay. So I mean, and we're not talking about, so I'm not only looking for stocks that are up, 20, 30%. It's just that it happens that for a stock to have, but you could take this and you want to trade Apple, you want to trade larger cap stocks, you could take this momentum scanner and just adjust it for the price range, and you could put a minimum market cap of 500 million, whatever you wanted. So I'm not talking to you specifically, Gunner, but anybody else who's listening. I mean, momentum is momentum. Oh, it's easy for me, Gunnar. Good question. How do I stop trading things because you feel like you need to be involved? I don't feel like I need to be involved. Okay, it's that simple. I'm not somebody who, I mean, when I first started out, sure, I was excited at, trading and all that and wanted to be in a trade all the time. There are hours I go by without trading. So I don't have that feeling at all. I'm in nothing now. I haven't been anything since I got out of the NKTX before. What's that? Another? Is that a learned skill? I don't know. I mean, it's personality, right? I mean, some people I don't want to denigrate anybody, but some people are just trading junkies. They can't control it, and they've got to be in a trade all the time. I don't know if that's. I was never like that, even though I was always excited to be in a trade, but I was never so. Man, I got to be in a trade all the time, all day long. I get out of one, I got to find another one immediately. I was never really like that. So I think it's more innate for me, but for others, they have to be in a trade all the time. It's just their nature. They go crazy. The other thing I do is we haven't talked about money management at all, but I mean, the other thing I do is, we talk about risking the same amount per trade. So whatever that trade size is. So let's just say I'm risking $500 a trade. Every trade I get into, I'm risking $500. Okay, my stop is set so that if I lose on the trade, I'm going to lose $500. If I'm having a pretty good day, though, and especially early on, having a pretty good day, more than likely, what I would do is I would reduce my risk by half. So if I'm risking 500, I would probably only risk 250 going forward, and be try to be even more selective. I don't want to give back. And I'm really usually only in one trade at a time, two max. I mean, there are times when I'm in three, but I feel a little antsy if I am. Very rarely am I in three trades at the same time. Most of the time, I'm in just one trade at a time. Transportadora de Gas del Sur. Okay. Out of the World Cup champs, Argentina is an Argentinian stock. Well, I mean, Gunnar, I mean, if you find yourself doing that, we're talking about maybe over trading. If you find yourself doing that and your account keeps getting chopped up because you're over trading, especially if you've had a pretty good day and but you just feel you've got to keep trading and then you start giving back just because um I don't know. I mean, I suppose there's one school of thought that, when you get to a number that you feel is good for the day, I know it's hard, turn off your computer and do something else. Do that for a few times. Don't worry about the market for the rest of the day. So this market took a turn, to say the least. We're now started at 12:30, and we've gone to 1:45. So an hour and 15 minutes straight down. I'm sorry, that's 2 o'clock. That's the yeah, an hour and a half straight down. Sorry, an hour and a half straight down and continuing. So, I mean, again, if you are in a stock that more or less tracks the market and you're still in it as this is going down and your stock is going, you got to be aware of that, obviously. Now, if you're in a stock that's, doesn't care, then, you don't have to worry too much about what the overall market's doing, which is typically what a lot of these are. They don't care as much about what the market is doing. I mean, look at NKTX. I mean, it doesn't care. Got a pullback, sure, but that's just, at the pullback after a huge run, but it is not 6 red candles down like the market. Which stock are you talking about, Ori? The 3.6 move? The last thing I saw was Nuval, NUVL. Well, Gunnar, you're in a good position then. I mean, again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. When you say I have no need, to make money, however, the business of the market makes me feel as though my money needs to be active in order to generate income. Well, so I don't know if that's two counter statements. But if you don't have, I mean, one of the things, well, look at this NUVL. One of the things is, I mean, it's awfully hard. If you have to make money in the market, and I'm not talking to you specifically, Gunnar, but if you have to make money in the market in order to survive, it is incredibly difficult because it's way too emotional. The ideal situation is that, you've either got another job also and you can spend time in the market, or you've got something put away that it's not critical. But if you've got to make money in the market to pay your mortgage, to pay your rent, to pay food, pay kids' education, et cetera, et cetera, I mean, it's very, very hard, almost impossible. Because the minute you start losing, then you want to start doubling up. Oh, I got to make my money back because I need to make money today. That makes sense. No, Gunnar, that makes sense. He has a job, does not need a salary from the market. So if then what I'd be doing is probably not risk, no, like I would reduce my risk. In other words, don't risk so much a trade. Practice in our simulator, you know, maybe, maybe it is not your style to see, these sort of stocks, the momentum stocks. You could take the scan, do what I suggested, take the scan and maybe configure it. Sorry, I'm just having a slowdown. So yeah, maybe configure it so that you're not seeing, these ones that are just going crazy. Put a minimum market cap. You can keep everything almost the same. Change the price range. You want to see higher price stocks. Maybe put the market cap 500,000,000, and then you can keep virtually everything the same and see what you get. Guys, I'll put myself on mute just for a second here. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. Boy, this one is really starting to crater here, guys. Oh, the METC. I forgot to put an alert around 12:10. This showed up on the abnormal option activity at $12 at 12:23, and I just kind of forgot it. But you can see what it did, and I think this is an all-time high. No, sorry, it's not an all-time high, but sorry, guys, my charts are a little bit slow today. Boy, this NUVL, guys, this is, I mean, traders might be looking at this one. Look at the gap down here. I mean, remember, it had tremendous news on this day and a nice follow through. So yeah, they've done a financing today. Unless there is some other news hitting here, the 300, but they're raising $300 million. That's a lot of money. Raising $300 million. I'm watching this one. I want to see how well it holds underneath 51. I may take a little short on this one. I just want to see how well it holds under 51. I realize I'm chasing it, but I think traders are kind of looking at this area over here, this low on the daily chart of 41. Maybe they're not even reading the news. Maybe they're just thinking, wow, look at this potential gap fill down to here. Just watching it, guys. 51.95, 51.99 bid ask. Uh, Shoot, I didn't get it. I tried to get it where I wanted. I was trying to get it up here, right at that 50, sorry, the 50, just underneath that 52. That's okay. It's sort of popping. Oh, I just don't know where this is going. I mean, this is really starting to give it up. NUVL. CNTY guys on the move. CNTY on the move. Now this has got some room. CNTY, low float, fairly low float, 26 million. And the next high looking left is about 580. So it's got a little bit of room to keep running. Look at the volume that's coming in. But here's the big but, guys. You can see right there, it's not trading very much volume. Yeah, I mean, the relative volume is great for, but it's just not trading that much like total volume. So late in the day when it's only 129,000. Oh man, I'm a little ticked that I missed my entry on the new NUVL short. No, look at this, guys. Look at this. Well, if you're a little faster than me, look at this. Oh my goodness. That just had a huge pop down now. Just be aware if you took this, if you took the short, I mean, this got down to 50.37. So, hopefully you took some out in when it was popping back up. A great short. Well, there you go, Gunner. You could have done that. Yeah, quick. I mean, it's quick. I mean, again, the break underneath 52 was key. I was trying to get it at 51.86, and I just missed it. What do I think of plug? Okay, probably not much. Let me take a look at what it looks like. Okay, Marty, let me take a look at what it looks like. So in terms of what? I mean, it's just sort of chopping around on the daily. It's had. I do remember this day. I think it had some kind of news. It's been cut. Morgan Stanley is down from to $9 from 10 by Morgan Stanley. Not that that's a big deal, I guess, but I just don't think much of it. I'm sorry. It is in the momentum down scanner. I'm not showing this, but there it is. I don't know when the first time it would have been in, but this is just the flip of that. This is momentum up. This is momentum down, so it certainly was showing. Now, yeah, no, right price range. So it was showing, but let's just see here. Was there a filter? I mean, 10 and 3, current volume is 3, so that. Oh, are you talking about my doc? Are you using mine, the doc momentum up and down? Okay. More than likely, it's because this I changed the price range. More than likely, I haven't looked at the doc, but if you can look at the one down, check to see what the price range is. Okay. See if it's over 50 or up to 50. I mean, that could be the reason. This one is 10 to 100. That probably could be the reason. Where did we see NUVL first? Which alert window? Okay, so that's why. Okay, that's the reason. Well, okay. I mean, you have to go back to the pre-market, Gunner. I mean, we saw this one in the pre-market, okay? NUVL in the pre-market. We saw that it was moving down. We saw that it was a financing. Okay, number one, we saw all this action in the pre-market. So this was something to, probably pay attention to all day. And then, just give me a moment. Then in the abnormal option scan on the way down was right here at 11:53. So at 53:55, that was in the abnormal option activity scanner. And of course, over and over and over again now. But I think that, I mean, it's the I mean, you had to be, I don't know what sort of pre-market work you do, but I mean, we certainly knew about NUVL in the pre-market just because of the financing. It was even in our AI. Okay, it was even in our AI, at 55.66 to short. So quite a few scans would have shown it. Well, you have no excuse in living in Norway. I remember you, Gunnar, of course. We're sort of brethren. But but that's a good time for you, pre-market in that time zone, isn't it? You guys have been talking about Southwest, SWN. I remember you looked at AMD as a, oops. Oh, I see. Yeah, 102 to up to 105. Yeah. Outside the price range I normally trade, but yeah, good trade. Maybe real, maybe. I guess I'm stubborn. I would have to. I think I'm just too distracted. If I had, I know what you're saying, but too many other things going on to have to try to figure out where I'm putting fibs and all. If they could be drawn automatically, maybe. But I know you have to map them out each one, and I just, I'm tugged in a lot of different directions. Okay, guys, time is it now? 2:26. So one last look at my homepage, okay? I'll be probably wrapping up at about 3 o'clock. I'll always stay later if there are questions. And here's a better promo code to use. I'm not really watching Agri. I don't have it up on my screen. It's just, I don't know. I clicked on it. I think somebody mentioned it, so I think I just wanted to see what it looked like. But no, I have no interest in it. Okay, so there is a promo code you can use, Spooky25, to get 25% off. So when you go to my homepage, you click on my homepage link. So don't use that promo. Use Spooky25. You'll get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. You have to do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos, starting off with your download and installation, your first startup and login. Tells you about alert windows and top list windows, etc. Looking for, if you're new to trading, look new to trading, we're looking for a refresher series of videos done by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Okay, and this is all free. Stock of the day video, free, of course, that I do. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, all I ask is that just use my promo. Okay, it helps the room immensely. It'll keep the room free. We're trying to keep this room free. And the way we do it is by you people taking out a subscription using my promo. So the company knows, okay, room is working. Obviously, we use the room for marketing. So you can either save my homepage link, because if you do that, then of course you can take a look at my scans anytime and my education section or the education section. And then if you decide at some point tomorrow, next week, next month, next year to take out a subscription, just use my promo. Okay. And again, last, if you click on my link, here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay, so here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. My pre-market actives up and down, basically showing me the gappers that are up or down. The Halts resumes is over here. Momentum scan is over here, right here, the green. Abnormal option activity is up here. And what you can't see, I'm not hiding it on purpose, but don't want to overwhelm the room that I'm sharing or the screen that I'm sharing. Daily breakouts up or down. Okay, which are right here. So you can pick and choose what you want. Okay, you won't get it in a nice little dock like this with all four of them. You basically can pick and choose which ones you want. Some people don't want to short, so that's why you might want it. You might not want to see the breakdown, only want to see the breakout. That's up to you. All right, Michael. Yeah, thanks for showing up today. Come back tomorrow. Guys, you know what's holding nicely, believe it or not, is the NKTX. I mean, it's holding the VWAP. No, I wouldn't lose sight of this one. Ah, okay. Michael, okay, cool. I would not lose sight of this one. I mean, it's holding the VWAP pretty nicely. If maybe if it can get over 324 with some volume, this could have a late day run. I'm going to stick an alert around 328. Why there? Just at the high of that the third previous 15-minute candle. But you can see how it's holding the VWAP 302. It's been holding the VWAP pretty well. Now, listen, if it crashes right through, that might be a good short. What about MREO? Okay, MREO. Yeah, I mean, it's not, it's a big float, which is okay. Doesn't have to be a low float. 100, was there news on this one? Don't know if there's any news on this one. I mean, I see what you're looking at, I guess, if it closes near the high. Are you talking about swinging it? Because, if you look left on the weekly, you can see that there's a little bit of action around the 184. And you know me, I would like to see it take out two. Let's take a look at the monthly though, just to see what it looks like. You can see in the monthly. I mean, look at the monthly. You can see two highs right around 188. I mean, if it can crack through that, and if you're, willing to look at a monthly chart, yeah, I guess it's got some room to 250. But you can see where it is. This is back in June of 22 and July of 22. Okay, so a little over a year ago, these were the highs on the monthly chart. Pretty good volume. I mean, four and a half times normal, 4.6 times normal. So, the volume was there. Okay, guys, let's see. So nothing in the option scanner from since 214. There was the NUVL. So since 214, nothing has happened. Oh, I see why you're actually asking about the MREO. Maybe. I didn't even realize it. It came into the option scanner. But, I would not take it personally just because of those two highs over here. Plus, to me, it's just too close to two. But I do see now why, maybe that's why you were talking about it. Amen, Todd. Good day. Keep it green. Do not give up those gains. Exactly. Okay, Shady. ACMR long triggered. ACMR long triggered. Let's see what's happening with ACMR. I do recall seeing it earlier in the day. Well, 2003 is the VWAP, so I can see exactly what Shady is looking at. Yeah, that's not, it could go. I mean, 2003 is the VWAP, so it's if you put your stop around 20, maybe a little bit under. The next high over here is 2016, 2020. Maybe it has a shot to the 2053 level. had a huge. That's right. Now I remember seeing this one had a huge run without any sort of a pullback until 11 o'clock. So an hour and a half straight up for ACMR. Then the big pullback and another drop. And yeah, I mean, maybe again, the big deal held the VWAP so far, kind of like NKTX. Yeah, TPST really, I mean, early on in the day, it had a flurry of activity, but yeah, not really too much now. See how the volume has just dropped off. So yeah, the high volume, but look how the volume has just tailed off. Yeah, I mean, still good on the weekly, but today though, the volume has just sort of tailed off after that initial pop. All right, guys. The weed whacker right outside my window. So hopefully I may start to yell because I have to turn up my volume so I can hear my. Well, if you're a VWAP player, Gunner, and that, all sorts of different styles of trading, right? I'm not saying to take the trade, but wrong symbol. It wasn't AMCR. It was a CMR. Okay, it's a CMR, not AMCR. Okay, and you can kind of see there's some basing right there. There's the VWAP holding the VWAP. So you must have heard me wrong. It's a CMR unless I made a mistake, which is possible. Yeah, just a minute, guys. Okay, guys, I think this one is just showing up for the first time. I don't recall seeing this one. It's CFB, Cross First Bank Shares, CFB, another bank. Released earnings after hours yesterday, a regional bank, obviously. Okay, guys, doesn't look good now for the NKTX. Okay, it looks like this is it. I might even take a little short of this one, NKTX. I know it's late for me, but get rid of you guys. Yeah, this looks weak now, guys. NKTX, it definitely looks weak. I mean, it's got yours. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get down to 191, but it did break down through the VWAP. So, you could have a plan to take this short right here and it gets back up to the VWAP. There's your stop. What do your fibs say, real, with NKTX? Well, when you say triggered the trade, I mean, with the AMCR, I mean, you have to, first of all, this was Shady in our room, okay? Who brought, that's not AMCR, it's ACMR. Come on. So Shady is the one who brought attention to it, okay? And I can see exactly what he was looking at. Nice little base here, little pop. That may not work. It's right at the VWAP again, 2003. I don't know where he would have put his stop. Probably underneath, maybe even down here, the low of that. I don't know. It's probably that'd be too wide a stop for me. Yeah, so this is what I was saying about so the NKTX is sort of the reverse of the other one, right? It broke down through the VWAP. Now, just because a stock breaks down through the VWAP doesn't mean it's going to continue down, but the VWAP is certainly an area where a lot of traders will pay attention to. All right, guys. Well, yeah, I mean, this might be. I'm not in this short, okay? If I'm going to take this short, I want to see a little more. Maybe into low 280. But you're right. I mean, right now, this may be coming back. I mean, you have two bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. The sellers tried to knock it down. But I'm looking at, if again, as I said, if I were to take this short right now, I would put my stop right around the VWAP. That's all. So it's about a 10-cent stop. See if it works. If it doesn't work, tight enough stop, I'm out. Recognizing that this had a tremendous run, and I was my hope actually was that it would break through up here 320 and really have a run into the end of the day. That's what I was kind of hoping for, but that's why I put a price alert and it didn't happen. Well, this SWN guys, you guys were all over this Southwest. Yeah, you guys been talking what Chesapeake and some kind of a potential buyout, perhaps? Know what you guys are talking about? So I know you guys have been talking about it. So exploring buying Southwest Energy. Oh, I see. They will overtake EQT as the largest natural gas focused exploration production company in the United States. Okay. There has been some short covering. I can see NKTX at Interactive Brokers now. This is all I look at. This tells me how many shorts are available at Interactive Brokers. This is for, you can't see the symbol, but this is the NKTX. The last time I looked, there were 770,000. So there's been a bit of short covering. Not much, but a bit. I'm actually surprised that there are that many shares available for this cheap stock. And again, if you have Interactive Brokers, you can have that little. I find it pretty nice to have as a information at a glance. Is the audio on? It better be. It's still on, right? Both my mic and this little icon are on, so it should be on. So some had some problems earlier. All right, guys. Well, it won't matter too much anyway, because I'm probably leaving in about 10 minutes. Okay. Again, the room will be open until about 4:15. No, I see. Okay. Actually now, I'd rather this happened. Okay. I'd rather this took out this 3:30 mark and maybe run at the end of the day. Well, it's not telling me. I mean, it's just information, I mean, and this is only Interactive Brokers, okay? So when there's an increase in shares available, when I look at that, that means that people are covering. At Interactive Brokers, there's been some short covering happening at Interactive Brokers. Could be a change in sentiment, yeah. Not like it was huge. I mean, remember, it was like 770,000, now it's 810. So it's not like it's a huge, it's not like it was, 100,000, now it's back up to 800,000. And that's only Interactive Brokers, okay? I haven't, that's got nothing to do with any other brokerage company, firm. Okay. One thing I don't think is gonna stay here around 3 for the rest of the day. That's about the only thing I can say. So the ideal situation, if you're gonna stick around, into the, from the 3 to 4 hour, is to see this one maybe pop through 327-ish or so, but on volume. You don't wanna see it pop through on no volume. So when I say volume, I'm not talking about the absolute volume. You want to see some volume in relation, like a volume bar in relation to the previous ones. So ideally, I mean, if it could be greater than that previous 15-minute candle and blue and popping through, that might get it really going. Oh, I'm not. In a million years, I would not be holding this one, Gunner. You're talking about, will I hold this one? No, that doesn't mean it won't go up. But no, especially bios, I will not hold a bio. You guys were talking about fiber earlier. I don't mean dietary fiber. FYBR. Yeah, remember we had the lead the lead scare with the cables, and this one got hit right around here. It might have been this week. All right, guys. Hey, let's take a look. All right, little bit of volume coming in. Remember now, it's only 256, so this volume bar could get up to that to this one. Again, this is not a recommendation, okay? It's going to be highly risky if you take this trade and see if it can kind of get up to the highs of the day. Look at the volume coming in, guys. Okay, guys, if I'm going to trade this one, I want to do it on my own. Like I want to concentrate completely. So I think what I'm going to do is shut down my portion of the room. Okay. Thanks a lot for all the help. I'll open the room. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock tomorrow, Eastern time, sharing my screen. So have a great evening, and William will keep the room open until 4:15. Okay. So I'm going to put myself on mute now and get rid of these. Sorry, get rid of the screen sharing also. Okay, guys, so YouTube, what I'll do for you guys is just put the trading room link. If you want to head over there now, there'll be people there until 4:15. If you haven't had enough, okay? So there's the trading room link. Oops, wrong. Jeez, give me a moment. I can't get rid of that post. Sorry, Gunner. Wrong post. This stupid heart gets in the way. Oh well, it's okay. Anyway, here is the link to get into the room. Okay, there's the link to get into the room. If you want to get into the main room, it'll be open till about 4:15. Okay, guys, in YouTube, I'll shut you guys down now. We'll see you tomorrow. Also, 9 o'clock Eastern time.